Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days, more than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably gonna let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately 1 million US dollars. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, well, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold the trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. Trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
It's day 2 of APT Incheon and we just reached the final table of our kickoff event. Let's see what happens. Taniguchi all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit versus Piao Guangguo's Jack-8. River is a 7. That's going to be a good game for Taniguchi Takashi of Japan. Piao still behind with 9 high. Needs a 9 or a 5 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to be there, so that's going to be a good game for Piao Guangguo of China, eliminated in 8th place. Hua Xiefeng of China finds himself with some kicker problems, eliminated here in 7th place. King 6 offsuit against 9-8 suited as he gets outflopped 9 on the board plus a flush draw, and he's not going to improve, and that's going to be a good game for Shin Jung Huang of Australia, placing 6th. 4-1 favorite to double up here. Just needs to fade a 10. Just needs to fade a jack. Oh my goodness, wow. Made straight for the pocket 10s, cracking the jacks, and that's going to be a good game for Zhao Zhangxin of China, placing 5th. What a bad beat. Needs to find a 5 or a 4 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to come. And Ho Shen Xiu of Taiwan eliminated in 4th place. Seiki Koichi all in for his tournament live with the Jack 6 suited versus the 9s. Needs to find a Jack, is not going to find it. And that's going to be a good game for Seiki Koichi of Japan, eliminated in 3rd place. Which means we're now down to heads up Zhang Hongru of China versus Kimura Shogo of Japan. Kimura all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit against pocket 4s, flipping for his tournament life once again as flop comes. 4 on the flop, gets outflopped, drawing dead, and that's going to be a good game for Kimura Shogo of Japan, placing 2nd in kickoff event, and of course placing 1st Zhang Hongru of China.
It feels pretty good, and joining the APT event for the first time.
So first APT, first event, first place, amazing, congratulations. Thanks so much for watching. Hit that follow button, and for more information about APT Incheon, please go to apt.poker. Elfie, do you know what day it is today?
I think it's Mystery Bounty Hunter.
That's right. Why is it a mystery?
Where is the mystery bounty?
That's right. Where's that 20 million won mystery bounty? We don't know. We're gonna find out. Let's go bounty hunting. Come up.
Minute 2 or a 1?
It's going to be a 0.
It's a 5. Come on, 2 or 1?
5.
After plenty of bust outs and plenty of bounties pulled, we're now down to our final 2 players. Okamoto Shina of Japan versus Sang Soo-hang of Hong Kong. And Shina Okamoto all in for turn line with ace-jack versus queen. Seems to find ace. Hits a jack. Needs to find a queen or an ace. And that's going to be it. That's going to be a good game for Shina Okamoto, placing second in the Mystery Bounty Hunter event. And a big congratulations to Dicky of Hong Kong. You just won the Mystery Bounty. How are you feeling, man?
I feel very amazing because when the heads-up stage, I am about 9 to 1 chip, so I think pretty lucky.
Congratulations to Dicky for winning the Mystery Bounty and of course also winning one of the big prizes. Go ahead, Dicky. Let's see what we got here. Guaranteed 7-0. We've got 10 million Korean won. Dicky, what are you gonna do with this money?
Pay more high roller.
Gee, Elfin, I'm sure glad we solved that mystery, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you hit that follow button. And to learn more about the APT, go to apt.poker. Pew, 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 pew.
欢迎来到 APT 仁川2023 Nation A 台湾 Final Table， 让我们一起去看看玩家们怎么说吧。
Ooh, Queen 7 has jammed and 5-4 suited in the big blind has called off. And look at this.
It's a queen.
Clubs
Nope, it's done.
out. A huge 1.1 million chips. Look at this. Oh, the queen, but it's hearts.
It's a flush. It's a flush.
It is GG.
Oh, wow. Snap fold. That's gone.
Tough luck.
恭喜你打到 Final Table， 跟大家介绍一下你叫什么名字？
我叫哈基妹，
为什么你喜欢打 Nature A 呢？
因为如果你赢的还有 GG Cheer， 我觉得很好玩。
恭喜新伦打到 Nature A Final Table， 想要问你一下，是第一次来到 APT 吗？
对，第一次，
那你觉得今天来到这边心情如何？
还是蛮兴奋的。一开始很紧张啊，因为也是第一次到线下打，所以很多规则都还不懂。
Well, there we go.
You smash your
Pocket
monitor.
eights. Pocket eights in a good position to find that first double up. Well, how about this? This could be sad. Almost a flip. 1 over and a flush draw.
Oh, there's a diamond.
Oh, there it is. It's over.
Fantastic.
Well, there we go. Champion.
恭喜你达到第2名，你觉得心情怎么样？拿到这个第2的名次？
我觉得非常棒，我对自己非常的满意了。
那可以跟我们说一下，你为什么喜欢打 N8 吗？
因为它上面的桌子很多啊，就是可以让我们想要玩的时候就可以玩。
对你来说，你比较喜欢线上游戏呢，还是来到现场的比赛？
其实像这样的游戏我都蛮喜欢的，线上有线上的好玩之处，现场也有它好玩的地方。
谢谢，再次恭喜你。
Nature A，
让我们恭喜台湾崇义。
耶！
你觉得现在心情如何？
很开心，很开心。很久没有拿奖杯了。对，他刚好在线上刚好看到这个台湾的比赛，就想说，支持台湾，可以跟台湾的玩家切磋一下，就来打了。对啊。
想要问你在打线上跟现场的时候，最大不同的地方，你觉得在哪里？
现场比较好玩，因为可以跟玩家互动，还可以观察对手到底在干嘛这样子。我就是比较喜欢打现场的。
说你有什么话想要对你的家人说吗？
哦，没有，我又拿冠军了。
又拿冠军 again， 你说又拿一次冠军，再次恭喜你。
谢谢。
如果你想知道更多详情，欢迎上 apt.poker。
Welcome to the final table of our record-breaking Superstar Challenge, $10,000 US buy-in, and we had a record-breaking 72 entries, generating a prize pool of 873 million Korean won. Also, at this final table, we have internationally renowned poker superstar Elke in the mix. Let's get right into the action. Julian Kleiber of Germany out in 9th place. Jeffrey Low of Hong Kong eliminated in 8th place. And GG's to Wing Po Liu of Hong Kong eliminated in 7th place. And that's a good game for Bertrand Elke Grospellier of France out in 6th place. And that's a good game for Daniel Hyungin Lee of the US of A out in 5th place. And that's going to be a good game for Abraham Sisvin of Singapore out in 4th. Sailor Tanisorn of Thailand out in 3rd. And we're now down to heads up. Woo Junhao of Singapore versus Kevin Choi of Hong Kong.
Good. Makes the call.
And that's going to be a good game for Kevin Choi of Hong Kong, placing 2nd. And that means that Woo Junhao of Singapore is our champion of the Superstar Challenge. Mr. Woo Junhao, congratulations on winning the Superstar Challenge. You're the superstar, you're the one. Anything you want to say for the friends and family back home?
I mean, towards the bubble, I ran pretty hard. I got in a 4-way all-in and I woke up with kings on a big blind, so the luck factor involved is also very important.
Very humble answer. Well, congratulations again, and we'll see you at more APTs. Thank you so much for watching. Smash that follow button, and for more information about the APT, go to apt.poker. Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool.
Ah, cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
It's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players aren't like that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it. It's right there.
You actually have 4 or 5?
6 on the flush.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
I don't think it mattered what you have.
That was awesome. That was really great. It's not about winning the game. It's about like learning how to play. It's a pay to learn game. That's what poker is. Wow, that was fun learning about Big O. Lots of interesting tips and rules and things. But if you want to try something new, or if you're tired of Hold'em, come on in, join the fun at APT. We've got lots of mixed games. We're known for our mixed games, and we've got a fun one every single day. If you want to learn more, please go to apt.poker.
Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I'll level it up. Maybe my immunity is very high. Spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Oh my god. Hello. Welcome to APT Attractions, and this time we're doing hot. No, for legal reasons we can't use that word. What we're doing is Ray and friends eating some hot wings. Today with me is Josh McCauley from Australia. What's up, man?
Not much. How you doing?
Glad to have you here. Can you take spice?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
We'll see. So we're here in Incheon, South Korea. Have you been here before?
No, first time.
You've heard of Korean fried chicken, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Before we get to the crazy things, let's have one without sauce first.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, let's
do it. Let's do it.
Oh, it's gonna be messy, but okay, in a good way. It's fine.
Good, delicious.
So, you've been to most of the APT stops recently, but I don't think I know a lot about you. I only know you're from Australia. You're
Correct.
So, but where are you based out of mostly right now?
Mostly out of Bangkok in Thailand. And I was originally born in UK.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was born in UK.
Learn something new.
Yeah. But we moved when I was 3 years old, so I don't really have any like memories or recollect living in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then to Brisbane. Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. Well, that was mostly where I grew up as a teenager and a kid. Yeah.
I see. Actually, so I did a little research on you. I looked you up on Hand Them Up. You guys can do the same. You have a massive amount of online winnings. You're really a more online player as well?
Yeah, predominantly online, but this year I've been like branching out to play live poker as well. And I've got a few results the previous years, but mostly was online.
Remember, this is not the other show. This is Ray and friends eating hot wings. So we prepare some sauce. Actually, the first one's kind of interesting because I don't think this is even spicy. This is a gochujang. Gochujang is what you would see in like what they call a bibimbap. But anyway, let's go for it. I mean, even if it's not spicy.
Let's do it. May as well, right?
Okay, give you a little bit. Give myself a little bit also. All right, let's go at it.
Dig in.
Let's dig in.
Butter it up.
It's even a little sweet.
Yeah. That was my first impression, a bit sweet.
It's not bad though.
Not bad. Definitely not spicy though.
No.
Not at all.
You know what? Let's try to get to something that may be spicy. Let's try the next one too. This one, yeah, I throw away the packaging, but also does not look spicy, huh?
My first impression was it looked like a Hershey's chocolate sauce from the packaging, but
yours to get with.
It's
not chocolate sauce.
Yeah, definitely. I hope not.
It does look like.
It does look like
chocolate sauce.
Similar. I think we got to butter it up a bit more.
Yeah, let's
lather it up.
Let's do that.
It's got an interesting taste.
Yeah. Still more barbecue-y than anything, honestly, to me. Okay, so Josh, how long have you been playing poker?
Yeah, I first started in the end of 2014.
Okay, great. So about 8-9 years?
Yeah, about 8-9 years. And I was sort of, at university, working 2 jobs and trying to play a bit of poker on the side.
Like a third job?
Not for a job, just for fun. For poker, it was just for fun, yeah.
Oh, that's already to go.
Right? Yeah. And then a few years passed, didn't do uni, quit uni, and I was starting, actually poker, it's quite an interesting game. I was starting to do well. I kept playing more and more and more. And basically, by about 2017, I decided to turn professional.
So I assume you start really low stakes?
Yes, correct, yeah. So I basically started at depositing $10 and then trying to play,
$10 is, very small.
Very small. It's the minimum deposit. You can't go any lower. So I was playing, 1 cent, 2 cent cash games, or play, a 10 cent sit and go, maybe a 50 cent sit and go, $1 sit and go. Then you look, oh, there's a tournament, 50 cent tournament. I'll try that one. And that's sort of how, you sort of $10 deposit, lose. All right, next time, $10 deposit, lose. Then $10 deposit, ooh, maybe after a week or two you win $30. And then you start building from there.
Wow, man, fascinating. So you know what, let's go for the big boss. So this one comes with the fried chicken. This says red spicy seasoning. Let's do that. And before we get to the big boss.
Yes.
How about that? Okay, let's
do that.
Let's do this first. This
Crack it open.
Powder. Oh, it is powder.
It is powder, yeah.
Get some on your plate. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, I like the color.
Okay, enjoy. Still not spicy.
I didn't really take your heat, huh? This is okay. Man, this show is a bust. I mean, Jaws is too good. I don't want to be racist, but I kind of feel like I need to step up.
You definitely need to step up. You can't let me win.
Damn. Come on. This one needs to be good. But anyway, so, well, I really this is something I'd really like to ask my guests. Because you have success in online poker, right? Because it's rare to be successful in online poker. You know, I know people who are good at online poker, just stick to online poker, they stay home and play a lot. But here you are. I've been seeing you coming to APT since a couple of years ago, and this year you hardly miss any of our stops.
Yeah.
So why?
I think there's like a few things that pop to mind. One, I think it's the welcoming staff, you know, the venue choice. Everyone is very lively. Everything's just really nice. You feel comfortable. You know, everything's just structured well. And then you can go into the other aspects, like the buy-ins are fantastic. You have like ranging from high to low, and you have the structure, you know, numerous tournaments a day. So basically, you can just keep playing. If you bust one tournament, you go to the next one, and then you go to the next one.
Like that is the strong point of APT, isn't it? Like where the schedule is packed to the...
Yeah, it's jam-packed, and you know, it's sometimes disappointing if there's only one event per day, because what else are you going to do that day, you know? Especially if, let's say, you bust the tournament in the late afternoon, there's not much rest of the day to do, but you can basically jump into the next event. It's just event after event after event, 4 or 5 tournaments a day. Like, that's fantastic. Even in Da Nang, I won 2 tournaments.
Yeah,
so it was back-to-back days. I won the Superstar, and then I won the Bounty event. So, and they were both the
Bounty high roller.
Bounty high roller.
You seem to be making a lot of good decisions. Me, on the other hand, whenever I do these videos, I always do something I end up regretting later. Let's see if we regret this. So this is, have you seen this?
No, not before. Not until
Unfortunately,
today.
I have seen this, so I kind of have an idea. Let's go.
May as well.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not like I'm gonna like bring this bottle back to Hong Kong.
Now that one looks spicy.
Yeah. Actually, I realized, like, because I know this one's spicy, right? You can't really judge from color. I mean, this one almost looks like cranberry sauce.
That's true. But I just have a feeling this one, for my spidey senses.
Your spidey senses,
yeah,
eh?
it looks a little bit more spicy.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
Lather it up.
Yes.
And then regret later.
I do like the taste.
Oh. Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high for spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Damn.
I think your audience enjoys that though. Give the people what they want.
Oh my god. I can't tell if like these are sweat or tears.
I think it's a mixture.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Main event time, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 coverage of the APT Incheon, South Korea main event. Henry Kilbane, alongside my partner in crime and co-commentator, Mr. Vidor Singhal, live from Paradise City here in Incheon. And Vidor, what a day ahead of us we have. Day 2, playing all the way down into the money with, what was it, 929 people ponying up the 2.3 million KRW buy-in for this. And yeah, we're going to be working our way down to the money today, which for me personally, as we've already discussed on previous streams, is one of my favorite parts of the tournament, because you really just see the people kind of shy away from playing big pots as we close in on the money video. Everyone looking to make it into the cash today.
Well, what a day it's going to be, Henry. As you said, I'm excited to kick off the main event coverage with you. Now, let me just point out, before you made your way down to Incheon, we did have some streaming. Of course, a Superstar Challenge, a $10,000 challenge.
Yeah.
An incredible prize pool there as well, almost 700,000 USD. We did have some finalists make it into the main event, day 2. I'm looking forward to seeing some familiar faces. But as you said, we all love a good bubble. In Da Nang, by the way, we saw aces being limped, queens being folded.
What?
That's probably going to be the kind of action we're looking at towards the end of the day. But for now, 929 entries so far, Henry. Registration still open here, day 2. And we will have some online qualifiers who played day 1 from the comfort of their own homes on Natural 8, joining us directly into the money on day 3. So lots of dynamics at play. We might exceed almost 950 entries depending on what happens today. That means the prize pool would have exceeded $1.5 million, smashing that 1 million US guarantee.
Yeah, once again, just, I don't even know if it's exceeding expectations at this point. It just feels like these $1 million prize pools are a bit of a marketing tool, my friend, because they just get smashed out of the park every time. As you already mentioned, over 1 million already collected, with late reg still open, closing in on that 1.5 million total prize pool mark. Not bad when you think about the actual buy-in, $1,700 and change. So someone going to be going home with, what did we have in Taipei? It was like 360k for the eventual champion. That was Punat Punsri, who, by the way, is coming into today with a big stack. But you also mentioned the hybrid format of this, the live and online kind of crossover, if you will. And a lot of players, a lot of new players, you know, just playing from the comfort of their homes, not wanting to travel unless they make it into the money. And I think this innovative way, if you will, to kind of get the attention of the online players to venture out to the live realm is something that we're going to see continue to grow as we continue to get people playing online and then coming up for day 3.
Yeah, we had 171 entries for the online piece. That is on par with flights 1A, B, C, and D at the live portion here in Incheon, South Korea. Once again, adding up to that incredible 929 number for the total number of entries. And there we have it. The floor is alive and buzzing as we are ready to kick off day 2 here.
There we go. Everyone coming in. Big day ahead. There's just something about main events, man. I don't care, you know, high rollers, superstar challenges, 10k buy-ins, like, sure, you know, good luck to the high rollers. But the main event, dude, you just know there are people out there that this just means absolutely everything to. There are people here that have qualified online, you know, for a fraction of the buy-in. There's people in group chats letting their friends know, you know, day 2, we're about to get started. There's just something about a main event that will always get me hyped up, because I've been there. We've been there.
So many people in chat, by the way, pipe up across other streams we do here for the Asian Poker Tour, including those for Natural 8. and they all want to come down and play the main event. After all, the Natural 8 finalists, all the ones that made it to the final 6 on the Natural 8 Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Thailand table, were also given main event tickets. I'm really looking forward to hearing if any of them made it to day 2.
Love that. Yeah, I love that. I'm just waiting for... I don't know, people struggling to find their seats, perhaps. We see in the top left-hand corner players remaining 403 out of 929 entries. So late reg is now over, but that just goes to show how insane this structure is, just how strong it is for the recreationals, and I think a byproduct of why we just keep going from strength to strength and having so many people show up. This hour-long clock. Someone's getting their photo taken as they rock up to the feature table. Okay.
Soak it in.
Okay.
There we go. All smiles.
Yeah, someone's hyped to be here. Got Guy Taylor in seat 1. He's rocked up late. Believe that's Koan Chi, who was just getting a little close up. Who we got here? It looks like. Looks like Daniel Peter in seat 8.
That's right. Daniel Brugman, I believe, from Sweden. A familiar face at a lot of stops off the Asian Poker Tour.
Yeah.
Finds his way to the feature table.
Now that you say it, do recognize him from, I want to say, first time I was out in Hanoi, which would have been, I'm losing track of time. I want to say
February, I'll help you out.
Yeah? Yeah? Sounds
Seems like
right.
a longer time ago, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Like, I'm surprised that that was this year, I must say. Hand number
You've
1.
been traveling too much, Henry.
Yeah, that's it, man. I don't know. Early onset dementia. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, by the way, Daniel Brugman, I hate to be that guy, but his demeanor at the poker table is so solid. He cannot help but remind me of a mutual friend of ours, more so of yours, I'd say, Grant Gartner. Now, the fact that they are tall, the bald variety-ish,
Yeah. With
and
biceps.
and of course, with biceps, you know, that has nothing to do with it. Just watch his demeanor at the table, takes his time in every decision. You can just tell the mental game is strong.
Looks like he's made the most of having 4 empty seats. Just opening with the ace. 127 places paid in this one. 403 left. We'll be playing down into the money, and then everyone will get to bag and tag. Come back tomorrow as we'll be playing down, or at least attempting to play down to the final table, but a long ways to go before we can even start entertaining the dreams of qualifiers and recreationals and pros navigating their way to the FT. So it looks like we've got some latecomers.
Kings to kick off the action here.
16? 32.
5 versus 32. 6 votes.
Jung, the lone player on the table from Japan. Players likely getting used to the new blind level they're coming into day 2 with. 32 to go, no action.
Yeah, that's always rough. Get the Kings, first hand new player, day 2. Perhaps a little pulse in the neck. No action, but I'm sure. You know, these these players, they're aware that this is a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, we got a 4-day event here. First port of call is just getting comfy in the chair. Strap yourself in for a long day ahead. Had 171 players battle it out in the online day ones.
Remember, there's a T mark in front of your seat. Scan 2 of your cards.
25 of them advanced into day 3. They'll be merging with the pool
Just like for 2 seconds.
tomorrow. In the money, of course.
16 to call. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Speaking of tomorrow, that is, of course, our day 3 coverage. Perhaps that's obvious, but we will be playing down on day 3 all the way the prestigious final table.
Justin Fairbanks in the YouTube chat saying, I think the record for Incheon for a foreigners-only casino was around 600 players a few years ago. That's been smashed.
A3 raised to 12,000.
Okay. Shout out, Justin.
Justin Fairbanks, our unofficial Asian Poker Tour researcher / poker enthusiast and super fan, will certainly keep us updated.
Justin's got all the stats in the chat, dude. Like, this guy could come and join me in the booth, you know? Just bang out everything that I need to know. Love to see it. Looks like we got ourselves a little 3-bet pot. You know, in Asia, they get sticky with the suited ace-X. It doesn't matter that it's 3-bet. You know, it doesn't matter that it's tough to make sets. We can just think the 3-outer and now find ourselves in an awkward spot. A middle pair, 7-6-5, 3-bet out of the small. How do we feel about it? You know, asking the question, okay, my opponent's continued for a third of his stack, but I'm gonna stick around. Dicey proposition. As that dicey proposition all of a sudden becomes a lick of the lips and a backflip in one's mind.
Bang apparently switched on easy mode before coming into day 2.
I give credit to Peter. Just waving the white flag. Very easy to get emotionally attached in 3-bet pots to the size of the pot. But Peter, as Vidor mentioned, a veteran of the APT festivals.
6 bets, 10,000.
Very nonchalant flick in of the 10K, almost as if to say, you know, I don't even know. I don't want to get into the live reads too early, Vidor. You know how I can get sometimes, but try not to give it away.
Well,
you know
never
what I'm
know
saying?
how
you know,
much
the casual flick of the wrist, as if, you know, oh, look at me, I'd rather be sipping a coconut on a beach. No, you've got drips. You have the absolute nuts. Like,
I meant to run this by you. I did discuss this with Greg, but I think one of the more reliable tells, depending on the player pool you're working with, I'm not saying the elites are not balancing all their live tells or perhaps controlling them, but, you know, the main event, day 2 feature table, chances are you have a whole variety of live experience on the table. And in that case, I think weak is strong and strong is weak is one of the more reliable rules of thumb you can use for the live tell arena. What are your thoughts there?
I've been let down by my reads many times at the table. It's a lot easier, you know, when I'm here in the booth and there's no pressure on me to look into things and make a decision. So you often hear a lot of pros, you know, they will ignore certain things. They just want to stick to the strategies that they've studied and to the theory that they've memorized and whatnot. And with that, will not deviate, even when someone's heartbeat is, you know, basically jumping through their shirts.
GTO till the end.
Yeah, it really depends who you ask and what camp they're in.
Now I'll tell you who is not GTO on this table, because we've had the pleasure of watching her play. Justin and Chan discussing in chat how Ko from Taiwan is actually Angel from our Influencer Challenge. Of course, granted a main event ticket for making it down to the final 6 out of the 57 or so invite-only entries on Natural 8. But more importantly, she made it a heads up. In fact, with the chip lead, ended up the runners-up. As we take a moment to look at the action, Brockman puts it in there with the A7 off. Good timing too. This opponent just has King Jack.
He's found the jam here for 12.5 bigs. This is for what? 25%. Peng stack. Already 2 invested. 2.5 invested. Nice little pickup there for Peter. Sizable increase. In fact, picking up almost 50% increase on his stack there. So with the Influencer Challenge that Ko was invited to, you said 56 players, invite only?
Yeah, something like that. She makes it to the final 6. She, of course, gets the main event ticket for her efforts, and then a smaller prize pool to play for. Gets down to heads up with actually the player who was shortest in chips coming in to the challenge. Both of them, Kirk, the finalist who ended up winning it all, and Angel, full-time models, staring each other down, just playing some street poker. Super fun to cover. But Angel, frankly, was very impressive, particularly when we got short-handed. Perhaps not as studied, heads up. Did end up losing as a result. Perhaps did not find the right jam spots. Did give us an opportunity to consider how, when we first start studying poker, perhaps studying jamming ranges, etc., especially for heads up, how much of it is unintuitive, because she had some great poker intuition until she got down to heads up. Now, when it comes to the main event, chances are she will be 8, 7, or 6-handed for a long time until she has to worry about being heads up. So there's that poker intuition, by the way.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean, and how she feels as well. I mean, it's a big difference. But yeah, finding this rejam spot here. See if deuces want to, you know, flipping at best. Against Ko. This is sub 10 bigs, does make the call reluctantly so. Couple of ducks. Looking to just hold here first. All-in call situation of the feature table here, day 2. King 10 of spades, equity favorite, but behind, looking to connect. Get back up to around 20 bigs. Well, a spade in the window was a bit of a tease. Now 9 also working. Some backdoors in the form of counterfeit outs, and how about the set on the turn. And a needle from the deck. Full co on the river. Just a few hands played of day 2, but couldn't win the flip, unfortunately. Main event dreams coming up short early on day 2. Why is the poker deck got to be so brutal at times, Vidor?
I'm sure chat agrees with you, but Angel has been an amazing presence throughout this series. I hope she enters some other tournaments while she's here. She, of course, did win. I believe it was maybe $500, I might be wrong, for her efforts for coming runners-up in that event, along with the main event entry, of course, which she clearly made the most of. Very impressive for her to make day 2. And we hope she continues to play poker. Only 6 months into the game, I believe. Made in Japan and raised in Taiwan was her profile.
Made in
More
Japan.
from her to come, I'm sure.
Made in Japan, raised in Taiwan. I'm going to steal that. What would mine be? Made in the UK, raised in the wild.
My friend used to say, he moved from Texas to New Delhi, and he used to say raised in Dallas and braised in Delhi.
I like it. Brugman. Rough start to the day, but he knows just how solid. Oh, rule of thumb, don't touch someone's cards. Just, if you stick with that rule, you'll do well in life. Especially Brugman's cards. Chamanan. With the drip. Big fan of the t-shirt. Looks comfy.
Wait a second. That counts as drip?
Yeah, you know, the earring, the shades, the beard, the artsy t-shirt combo. I'm just saying, you know, I respect it.
Interesting, interesting. I did just notice the earring only after you said it, so
Yeah,
full
you
credit
gotta,
there.
You gotta keep an eye out for the diamond stud, you know. Brugman finding the C-bet. Chamanan, gut shot. Backdoor spades, but he's short stacked himself. Investing 3 now would of course inflate the size of the pot. Yeah, just gonna let it go. I'm not surprised as well. Some reverse implied odds, you know, the 10 does roll off. How are we actually feeling? I'm not thrilled. So Peter back up to 20 bigs. There he is. Guy Taylor. Showing up late.
100,000.
Is it more 45 minutes?
Oh.
60 or 60?
Yeah.
A warm welcome, of course, to everybody watching in chat as we kick off our main event coverage. Henry and I will be joined by Greg Goes All In intermittently as well. Look forward to the next 3 days. Day 2 today, day 3 tomorrow. The final table on Saturday. Always a fun time. Of course, we close out the series as always with the 2-day high roller on Sunday. We must point out the diversity on the table as always. 5 nationalities on our feature table, all randomly drawn, of course. Just goes to show the diversity that attends our series and in particular our main events. Look at this, an all-in from the blinds, pocket 10s, fair play.
Yeah, this is a bit
A
of an
small hit.
out of line open, but it looks like it's a dead button. Which, if that's the case, then I can get behind the Queen High RFI. Here's the chip leader at the table. Not, yeah. How do we feel about getting the full count when we know we have an auto fold? We're not even in the money.
I'll tell you what. It's one thing to soak up some precious APT feature table airtime. But yesterday, my man was sitting heads up with pocket jacks, facing what he knew would be, at the most, a 10 big blind shove. And given the inexperience of some of these players playing live, the bets being laid out were not always easily cut out for the dealer to count. Waits for the full count of each chip before he says call. I think a full minute. And I was so confused whether it was a nit roll. At some point, I thought maybe legitimately a slow roll, although he certainly did not seem like the type. That one's a bit out of line.
Yeah,
Queen
I
7.
agree.
Oh well. Some Hollywooding maybe to preserve your image.
Yeah, I think like when it comes to mandatory folds, there's just no need to delay it, personally. Because you're allowed to have raise folds. Like, it's part of a well-rounded strategy. Everyone knows it. Liking this 3-bet, by the way. From the Thai chip leader, taking the ace 10-0 upstairs. Getting Guy Taylor to lay down the king 10. But yeah, I'm gonna start debt collecting, I think. Just start becoming a time debt collector.
It's funny, you'll see this at the elite levels, people fold instantly. They want their opponents to know they're playing a mixed strategy. They will have some raise folds. But of course, perhaps at the more beginner level, you think your image is best preserved by your opponents thinking you always have it. And there is some merit to that in an MTT. Picking up blinds, of course, so important, and antes. So if you can preserve an image where you always have it, always get folds, there's some merit. But once you've been raised and you know you're folding anyway, well, there goes that image. You can just get it over with. Graphics a bit off, of course. The raise will be to 3.2k, not 320. Should be fixed shortly, but as it stands, and under the gun, 2x open from Brugman.
How much blue chips there are? There are 3? 3 blue.
I'm very confused as okay. Perhaps Peng a bit prematurely inquiring about the stack of Brugman, as the button hadn't acted at the time, but does let go of the ace-4, and now Peng with the ace-jack.
Raise.
I'm sorry, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. We're not even 20 minutes into the stream. We got Peng touching Brugman's cards. He's asking him. He's asking him for a count before it's even on him. Brockman lets it go.
Still settling in, I suppose. These feature table players kicking off day 2. By the way, we did just get news. I believe the final number we have settled at is 930 entries to this main event. Thank you so much to everybody for making it a smashing success. Of course, the best is yet to come.
Yeah,
and
that's
we will
huge.
be bringing it to you.
That's huge. I mean, Neil was saying to me, I want to say yesterday, that we might get 900. It's like we might break the 900 mark. So to see that broken by a decent margin, of a strong turnout. APT main in terms of runners. There's that. Oh, just north of Min.
The chip leader finally making the most of his massive stack. The chip leader on the table, that is. Over 100 bigs. Ace jack off. Fair open. Gets it through. B-Ratat from Thailand. By the way, Henry, this is your first stream here at the APT Incheon coverage. As usual, we have the trivia quiz pinned in the YouTube chat. And whenever you get the chance, I want you to participate in the trivia quiz as well.
Okay.
This is one of the toughest trivia quizzes you will ever see. Chat, in case you haven't done so, do fill in the form. Henry, just to tease you, I'm going to post you the very first question.
Okay, let's see
because
if
I think it is the most entertaining.
Let's see if I can get this.
What is natural 8? Multiple choice. I'll go the fourth choice first, leading up to the first. Fourth choice, an e-hailing platform. Third choice, a first-person shooter.
Okay.
Second choice, Asia's largest online poker room.
Okay.
And the last choice, OnlyFans.
Can I phone a friend?
Is it Greg?
I think I'm gonna have to
Greg's
go
good
with
at these.
option 3.
Well done. You get 100 chips into the trivia flip out, and I believe that's going to occur on the 4th of September, right after we wrap up the series.
That's good.
Back to the action, by the way. Pocket Kings in the mix. Bang. Raise it up. Taylor making the reasonable defense. Ace-8 of spades in the big blind. Queen high board. In comes the C-bet. 1/3 pot.
Yeah, no
All
spade in
standard
hand.
play so far.
It's annoying. Ace high gonna be good a decent amount of the time. Queen 7 deuce disconnected, but stays disciplined. Shout out Guy Taylor, by the way. UK OG, rocking up late to the main event. Coming into today, obviously, APT main event, day 2 here in Incheon, South Korea. Second largest tournament in APT history. The objective being to make it into the money. The overall chip leader coming into today, Taiwan's Yu Sheng Lin. Came through on flight A, by the way. I mean, if there's ever a way to do it, it's just you bag the chip lead, flight A, and then you just chill in the spa for the next couple of days. You know, you just get yourself zen. Play some side events, Super Hold'em, PLO high-low. You could do what I did and contribute to 12% of the total prize pool of one of the side events. You know, shout out to the PLO high-low players, by the way. They absolutely love it. So he bagged chip lead, flight A. 16-time APT title holder and 2-time main event winner Mike Takayama coming in second in chips, I believe.
Incredible.
Absolute scenes. And then Punat Punsri coming in with a huge 200,000 chip stack into today as we dive back into this potential action here. On that board, complete whiff for all three. Jung obviously able to potentially leverage the overpair range advantage, but on this board texture multi-way, gets dicey.
He should be checking even over pairs on this board, multi-way. For plot control and in general, he could be way behind. Interesting card there, by the way. The deuce of clubs gives all the equity to Jung with that 10 high flush draw. He doesn't know it though, and the chip leader, realizing his massive stack can be used to his advantage, takes his double gutty with just the 4. A 7 or a 3 would make him a straight. Leads out into 2 people.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this probe. As long as he's got the heart to follow it up on the river, like on non-club rivers. Wait, what? Wait, Jung's having none of it, so hang on a minute. What? Okay.
Wow.
Buckle up. Buckle up, Vidor. I hope you're ready, pal.
That was pretty cool. He raised it to well under the size of the pot on the flop. Mainly targeting the exact kind of holding the chip leader had and gets it through. Anytime players play as though they can see each other's cards, I'm super impressed because I can see their cards and I still wouldn't make those plays.
Justin in the chat making a great point, and it's more impressive because the local factor is mostly non-existent. Almost everyone had to fly in, unlike in Taiwan and Vietnam where you can auto count in a few hundred entries to the main. It's a great point, Justin. Really does just speak volumes to the support that the APT has around Asia now.
Now, Henry, you mentioned mixed games and some of the side events we have going on here. 73 events total, by the way, at APT Incheon. Today is a special day. We have fewer side events, but that's because we have the APT Players Party, and it's more convenient than ever. It's actually in Paradise City at Rubik. In case you guys are watching and are attending the event in person, you are absolutely invited. Go check that out. Now, fewer side events today, as I mentioned. We have been hyping up the Midnight TikTok, which is one of the most out-of-line structures you will ever find in a poker tournament. Levels decrease every hour. They start out at 20-minute levels, next hour 15, then 10, then going down to 5 minutes.
That sounds
That
wild.
is absurd.
Yeah, that sounds wild.
$35. 35. 35.
Solid C-bet, 1/3 pot from Peng here on the 8 high board with the ace king off. Chamanan might just have enough of a piece to want to continue for that sizing, but only has 14 bigs in his stack.
Gets so dicey when we whiff turns though. 13-9 in the middle, we call SPRs around 1. Honestly, don't hate all the options here. Guess if there's ever a tournament where you don't aggressively necessarily have to take many check raise spots, it's going to be a structure like this. He does get there in the form of top pair on the turn. 17.4 in the middle. Perhaps thinking of leading.
All in.
How about that for a lead?
Henry, there used to be a name for this play. Was it the Johnny Chan play? You
the
float the
overbet jam
flop
on
and
the
Next hand.
yeah, float the flop, donk the turn.
the Johnny Chan play. Is that something I assume he
Back
was
when-
famous for?
Yeah, back when the game tree was so limited that if you did anything out of flow, they would name the play after you.
That makes sense.
And I don't mean to say that with shade, by the way. A huge shout out to all the legends, especially Johnny Chan, creating this ecosystem we love today.
1 second, I've broken the commentary booth.
As Henry sorts out what seems to be a logistical disaster. Just a reminder, trivia quiz pinned in the chat. Of course, eventually all of you would have filled it out because it's free money. No reason not to.
Get a bottle of water.
And then a fun flip out on Natural 8. Ace King suited for Taylor.
Back just in time. Guy Taylor, by the way. Great guy. No pun intended. His name is Guy.
Can I get a bottle of water? Water, yeah.
Approaching
Oh, sorry.
almost $1 million in total live earnings. Super impressive.
What? Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Henry, talking once more about those mixed games, the side events, a newer addition to the Asian Poker Tour, starting with our last stop about a month ago in Da Nang. I'm such a fan of what's on offer here. We're slowly introducing mixed games to Asia at these lower buy-in levels, usually the $225 buy-in. I mean, just looking at the schedule yesterday, as I said, today's a little bit lighter on the mixed games, as we, of course, have the main event to focus on, and the Players' Party. But just yesterday, we had Triple Stud, which is Raz, Stud, Stud, High, Low. We had Omaholic, which is all kinds of Omaha, which is pot limit pre and no limit post, so you can actually play no limit Omaha. We, of course, had double board games. We had Deuce to 7 single draw turbo, just a single game. I mean, to get tournament experience in these games, you needed to fly to Las Vegas and pony up, let's just say, $1,500 minimum. And now here we are, $225 is the buy-in for all of them. You rack up a lot of experience. You get to play with other players who probably don't have an edge over you because, of course, these games are new to the world. And you get to have a fun time. It just sounds so cool.
Yeah, 100%, man. I think the players also share that sentiment as well. Managed to speak to a couple of guys who are based on a Air Force base in Japan. American. Flew out here to play some of the mixed games, and they pretty much shared exactly what you just said, that they just don't get to experience this other than going all the way back to the US, which really feels like the only place else that is where you have some of these lesser known games on tap. So the fact that they're being thrown into these players are showing up to support them as it does go check on the 984, by the way. 7 of diamonds now paying a gut shot, as well as the nut flush draw. Probe gets it done.
Let's not forget the next stop, recently announced. It's going to be a big one once again, and is named appropriately the APT Hanoi Billions. 1st December to 10th December of this year. Once again, the main event. Over $1 million guarantee on that one, which is not the usual case in Vietnam. There's a reason it's called the Hanoi Billions. That is going to be a big one. Of course, all these side events we mentioned will be added to the schedule. Not updated at the moment, but keep a lookout for that. But certainly, if you need to make arrangements, now is the time. Go to apt.poker and see the full schedule there.
Hanoi Billions. I chopped a 40 million KRW pot last night. Not quite a billion, but it felt pretty cool.
And what is that in USD?
Like 30k?
Badass.
It would have been nicer to win it. Had the guy drawing to backdoor flush only.
Yeah, but in Omaha, backdoor flush equity is basically like flush equity.
Is
I don't know
it though?
how
Is it?
it works. I'm not sure how the deck changes for Omaha, but it just does.
It does feel that way. It really does.
Omaholic event, by the way, ended yesterday. Hot limit pre and no limit post. That's the one I would try in the next stop. No limit Omaha. What a twist.
I would love to witness it. Just as like someone casually walking by. I have to imagine that it's just non-stop carnage. Where people are just like 10x potting, just getting it in, you know? It's Omaha. We're no longer restricted to the size of the pot. Let's just play a 200 big blind pot right now. Yeah, I'm all in. I got naked aces. I need to deny equity. I don't know how I feel about it being no limit post flop.
Well, you gotta try it. That's what we have all the events for. Mixing it up. I actually am a huge fan of anything that forces extremely studied players to have to adapt some strategy on the fly. I was actually recently covering a very unique event in India, sort of makes poker into a team-based sport. And the structure, you know, you're basically playing sit and goes and getting points instead of playing for real money. And the point ladder went very linear, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for finishing 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? The amount of pros that whined and whinged and complained that there was no traditional ICM ladder. Meanwhile, the newer players to the game, the qualifiers, so to speak, were absolutely fine. They just created strategies accordingly. It's the pros who've really studied a certain format, a certain style, a certain pay ladder structure that get a bit too comfortable. And so I think it's a cool way to even the playing field, just adding some kind of a twist to the game. Mostly it's for fun. Once in a while, a midnight TikTok comes along. We're not pretending that it's going to be the most skill-based. Let me pause, by the way, as we do have an all-in situation brewing here. Pocket sixes versus the Jack 9 of diamonds of Brugman. He has been pretty quick on the trigger to get the chips in the middle. It is certainly his style. Finds himself in an okay situation, flipping to survive here. 2 diamonds to begin. Ace, King 10, the gut shot as well. If the out counter could be seen, I suspect we'd see it run out of space. All the outs in the world, jacks, queens, nines, diamonds. Wow. Absolute brick on the turn though. He's smiling, too many outs. There's the out counter, 18.
Okay.
There it is. Double up.
Nine of spades on the river. I think Brugman just what he needed. Did have a flurry of outs. Back up to 46.6k now. 30 bigs or so. Guy Taylor drops down to 35 bigs. No fault of his own. Blind v blind. Money always going to go in pre-flop with those 2 hands. Player in the mix. The amount of people that just seem to rock up late today as well. We're in Paradise City, like, where do you get lost?
Maybe they went out to some epic Korean barbecue, had too many beers. We're excited to have made it into day 2. Now, we were talking about tank folding. We did notice Daniel Brugman does take his time no matter what he has, but it is certainly part of a process, a rhythm that he's clearly developed. Did not take too long there, as you noticed. But even with absolute rags, probably has a breathing pattern he likes to follow. Maybe a mental reset. I can only imagine it serves him really well over the long run.
See what Guy wants to do here. Playing out the small snap check back from the pat. I want to read into any reads of any sort. Don't typically see people snap check back value in these spots. Yeah, now knows it's going to be a tough task to get each side to fold. So Thai man. There's 2 Thai players at the top of the chip counts here.
Loving the eclectic mix of flags as always. Mentioned the 2 Thai players at the top. Another one at the bottom. Second to last in chips. New player joined us, coming in from China. One player from Japan, I believe. Ruckman holding down the fort, representing all of Europe at the moment. Oh, never mind, of course, there's Taylor as well. So the UK and Sweden in the mix. And lastly, Peng, flying the Taiwan flag for now.
4 check, 4 gold, 5 gold, 7, 6 gold, 7 gold.
Justin Fairbanks saying the No Limit Heroes seems like the most fun event. Included No Limit Hold'em, No Limit Raz, No Limit Stud, No Limit Stud High-Low, and No Limit Omaha High-Low. Got 50 entries. No Limit Raz.
Yep.
Wild. Guy Taylor popping it up on the button. Where's that, by the way, with the late 90s, early 2000s boy band kind of look going on? Big fan. You know, like, give me the Boyzone vibes.
Nice reference.
Yeah, the blonde highlights, the Burberry jacket.
Now you mentioned the No Limit Heroes event. Like I said, I've been excitedly tracking all these mixed games. I think it's so cool that they're in the series and available. What was crazy was Anson, a well-known Hong Kong pro, won the No Limit Heroes event. Of course, another $225 buy-in, I believe. Or perhaps slightly more. Yeah, that's right, $225. Meanwhile, Anson has total live earnings of 3.5 million USD. So just in case you had any doubt about what a cool opportunity it is, you have high-stakes pros participating in all the mixed games.
I think it's a bit of a release, you know, for a lot of these guys, just a way to have fun.
Oh, for sure. We saw somebody jump from the Superstar Challenge, by the way, the $10,000 buy-in that we covered on the stream on Monday, into the Midnight TikTok.
That'll do it. That'll do it. Napa out flopping Brugman. Did RFI +2.
Making it look easy. G from China, the only player truly in the danger zone. Not even 14 big blinds with our structure here, 1 hour levels, slow increments, plenty to work with.
Yeah, you say plenty to work with, but I keep hearing the words "player out" being announced in the background. Down to 360, already lost 10% of the field. Not even a level into the day. There is our short stack staying disciplined. Go the Queen Jack. button. Chapman with a playable one. In the small though, against an under the gun open.
Cool.
2 bigs.
Go.
Wants to see
3.
3.
Yeah.
Going for the old double peak.
Henry, is this a must squeeze?
I don't think so, no. I don't think it's a pure squeeze. Under the gun open. I think with the small blind flatting, we're certainly more incentivized to take it upstairs rather than taking it 3 ways. But it's just kind of flat. Closing the action. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this structure is just so good. Like, you'd feel like a bit of a mug to just get in 30 bigs with ace queen o against an under the gun open. Peng has this amazing capability of just looking so disinterested in every hand he's played.
Even as he puts chips into the middle.
Every hand,
it's like
it genuinely feels like the expression on his face is, I would rather be anywhere else.
Hey, if it works, it works.
No, I think it's a skill, you know. Make your opponents think that you don't care. It's tough to play against someone that seemingly doesn't care.
What? That's your name?
Now, Henry, for everybody watching on the stream, last we checked in with you, you were headed to surgery. It would have been an interesting month or so for you after an unfortunate motorbike accident. I'd love an update on the stream for everyone to hear. How you doing, my friend?
Doing well. When was the last time we saw each other?
I believe we haven't seen each other for a few months. Taiwan comes to mind.
Okay. Trying to think when that was.
APT Taipei, I believe May of this year.
May. Yeah, I was fresh off that accident, actually. That was only like 2.5 weeks after, 2 weeks after the crash. If I'm not mistaken.
Yep, you were slinged up in the booth.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, doing well, man. Surgery couldn't have gone any better. Had access to some of the best surgeons in the world, fortunately. And then just been going through rehab over the last couple of months. And now, yeah, I'm literally tomorrow, 1st of September, I'm allowed to start working out again. Start doing sporting activities, tennis, table tennis, swimming, those kind of things. So pretty much got full range of motion back as Peng casually turns the nut straight.
Well, that's fantastic to hear, firstly. I'm glad you've recovered as well as you have. And of course, as one does after facing situations like that, certainly had that new lease on life mentality. Has that persisted?
I think I'm going to avoid getting into motorbike accidents in the future. That's a good strategy.
Good call, my friend.
As Zhang has kept Peng honest on the turn. Perhaps that king of diamonds, you know, in hand. Thinking of getting creative on a diamond river. Or perhaps just thinks that king high
3,300.
gonna be good. A lot of gut shots, flush draws. Now we're gonna find out. 3.2 into 8K. Does Jung want to put on the cape once more?
Oh my word. I thought he was about to make a move. Clearly still considering it.
Don't tease us like
Man
that.
just does not believe. Ace it off. Talk about a hero call, 2 streets. Hang. Like I said, if it works, it works. His blasé behavior seems to have tricked his opponents.
Even showing down
Pretty cool
there,
value
you
betting.
know, like nothing. Just the man's just here to work, just here to grind. The blinds have gone up to 1K, 2K. Into the second level of the day. I can't believe we're down to 350 runners already. Plus 80 players or so. John going to be involved in the mix once again. Sub 20 bigs. On the button. Has been taking his time with a lot of decisions. Makes life a lot easier for himself. Just moving all in. No questions asked. Could have potentially gotten Peng to slip up. And he opted to min-raise on the button, but perhaps going to get Peng to put more chips in here.
With registration now closed and the final prize pool ready to go, we are able to announce the payouts. Always exciting.
A very big hand. Oh, you're bigger.
Let me be the first to report. $261,000 up top to the winner of this main event.
Wait, hold on.
No,
Say it again?
That's $10,000 more than $250,000 USD.
A little smaller.
That's good for 350 million in the local Korean won.
Jesus.
The minimum payout, by the way, 2,700 USD. Of course, the buy-in about 1,700 or so. That's the first milestone. We will be hitting that today.
4, 5, 6, 4.
35 getting paid, eh? 260,000 to get to the champion. That's just an absurd amount of money for a $1,700 buy-in. 150 buy-ins up top, man.
เล่นไฟล์ไหน
Greg mentioned how he went out for an amazing meal in Korea. Said it was one of the top meals of his life. About 100 or maybe 150 in USD, he said it was. I was spending 250,000 USD in Korea. That sounds fun. How many best meals of your life does that get you?
Race.
Did he say where he went for this supposed best meal?
Great question. We will certainly get that information to you, as well as perhaps to the stream, because of course we should spread the joy.
Best meal of his life. That's a strong statement.
5 erase 10,000. 6, 4.
Trying to come in with the old 3-bet. Looking to stack off, perhaps. Well, I guess we're going to find out, because Napat on the button has woken up with queens, and unlikely going to be put to the test
7 erase
for all of his chips. Yeah, we've all been there. We've all been in guys' shoes with the 10-9 of clubs. Chamanan just has the easiest fold of his career.
We've all been in his shoes as well.
Apparently not, because he's still in the tank, and he's now looking down at chips. No. These chips. No. We don't touch those. Not in this hand.
Flipping at best.
We preserve our 14. We're not flipping. Ever. Unless it's ace king, ace king. We've opened from the low jack. We've been 3-bet from a 21 big blind stack, and then a cold 4-bet. Well, there's his answer. Was not 3-betting to stack off. He was 3-betting to fold. The sevens. One could ask, well, why 3-bet? And that would be a valid question, Vidor.
Well, the fold was correct. Gotta give him credit where it's due.
What was that? Maybe change it to
Thank you.
misdeal because G was away from the table.
Change to a better hand.
I've noticed a lot of the players being extra polite to the dealers here in Incheon. Very nicely thanking them. Welcoming the new ones. Something about Korea that makes people polite, maybe. I like it. Good trend.
Yeah, they are incredibly polite. They bow just as a way of like saying hello, and introducing themselves. It's refreshing, man. From a cultural point of view, love the respect.
Justin pointing out something I know that will come up in the booth once Greg goes all and joins us. The biggest news of last night was that Greg came 3rd place in the Midnight TikTok, thereby securing his first APT cash.
Wow. Okay. He is a TikToker, right? So it makes sense.
He's gonna be so proud, and I'm so proud of him.
Number 8 race 4,000.
Do you know how much he cashed for?
I do, in fact. In USD, it would be $2,500. How's that?
No way. Dude. 2.5k.
Getting that bag.
Let's go.
So, Korean barbecue on him?
Yeah, he's paid for that meal 15 times over.
So, Henry, have you had a chance to walk around the venue? Greg
I
was
have, man.
painting me
Yeah, it's
quite a word picture.
I don't know how to explain it. Like, for a simpleton such as myself, the best way to describe it is just it's very Asian. Like, it's like a malls slash museum slash
45.
spa slash hotel, but I like the way that it's done in Asia compared to something you would see in the West. There's a lot of art just randomly spread about the venue. Loads of restaurants. Beautiful scenery outside. Very artsy. Oh, G's been patient. Finally waking up with the goods.
It's like 20 something? Yeah.
Yep, he's priced in. 80% of a royal flush between the two holdings.
Need a 10 o'clock, huh?
Not precisely a race. G, 2-1 favorite. As the players joke about the 10 of clubs, which would complete the royal. Clean board, 6-6 tray. A king or a jack needed to bust the player from China. Not to be. And ace locks it up.
Oi, oi.
Reassurance.
And aces. Unnecessarily boating up, of course. But patience paying off.
So no serious upsets on this table so far, perhaps with the exception of Angel busting early, losing that flip. Oh, Henry, speaking of t-shirts as drip, how about that Balenciaga in the frame? I'm sure you've been around plenty of it. Let's hear your thoughts.
How long's it taken you to spot it? I'm surprised.
Embarrassingly long.
Yeah, we're an hour and 20 minutes in. Wow, so you just wake it up with numero uno. Very next hand, fresh off that double. Gets the button open. It's ever a time to set the trap. Short stack in the big.
Right.
The 3x out of the small. And it's just the right size, Vidor. Because it's got the table captain to flick in the call. Unfortunately, it will appear if that does not connect on the 965. See what she wants to do. Pretty wet, connected board. Though he shouldn't be too concerned. His opponent holding a 7 or an 8.
And this would be too much for Payout to float, surely. Jack 10 off on the 9-5-6-2 clubs.
Yeah, the size down.
Okay.
Gets the job done, and what a couple of hands.
Your video.
It's
Maybe
been
check. Half an hour, I know.
4G. $334 players is an insane amount of bust outs so far.
Lots of stragglers, perhaps, wanting to make it into day 2. There is a certain prestige in surviving day 1, and of course, keeps the hope alive. Why not? But as you come into day 2 with a shorter stack, maybe you're forced to get it in early. 135 places paid. So we are 200 bust outs away from reaching the money. On the one hand, a long way to go, but on the other hand, as you just mentioned, Henry, if the pace of bust outs continues at this clip, maybe not so long after all.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, the pace of play is going to slow down a considerable amount later on today. Whoa. How much is this for? Effective. Chamanan with 12 bigs. Let's see what Joe wakes up with. Oh, okay.
Are you kidding me?
He's peeled one. Now he's about to squeeze the second one. Love it. He's slow peeling.
I'm black. Not red.
What a life.
So does he.
Ace is getting passed around.
About the worst hand you can be up against. One of the worst pre-flop situations you can have in No Limit Hold'em. Ace 6, we pocket aces. Drawing dead on the turn.
The doubling up and then winning a 3-bet pot. She's given some back.
Surprised.
To Jung. Playing 64k.
By the way, Henry, seeing that all-in matchup, I cannot help but be reminded. We were just discussing the last time we saw each other. The epic 6-bet bluff by Chi Wei Fan.
Oh, I was talking
against
about that
Punat
last
Kunsri.
night. Yeah, that was special. Don't see many 6-bet bluffs in 2023. It gives me real Benny Spindler and Vanessa Selps vibes.
Of course, Chi Wei Fan had ace 5 off. He was second in chips. Decides to just 6-bet bluff his stack against Punat Kunsri, who had aces. That was a difficult showdown to digest. Now, you've been covering poker all over the world since then, Henry. Seen anything crazy like that since?
No.
Or does that still take the cake?
That really does just take the cake. I mean, I don't think... I honestly don't think I've ever commentated on a 6-bet bluff prior to that. That's very 2012, you know? Wow, Jung asking for a chop. You allowed to chop the blinds in tournaments?
Not according to APT rules. Perhaps there are some tournaments out there that are a little more forgiving. Clearly, Jung, an experienced live cash game player. That's exactly what people do in live cash. If it gets folded to the small blind, we just move on to the next one, chop up the blinds.
Show me your plan.
I love 7.
Peng was maybe thinking about it there. King of clubs, that 5 wrapped around the 7-4.
Rugman follows his process. Pulls the 8-7 off under the gun.
This is a pretty
What's
loose
this?
open here. This is incredibly out of line.
Does have a huge stack.
It's always interesting to observe, like, what people think they can. I mean, perhaps he can just get away with it. Like, if he thinks that people are just playing 2 face up and 2 tight behind.
It's mine.
I don't know. Queen 9-0 from
Quick hand.
the low jack seems a few pips wide.
Well, I have a feeling it's going to work out pretty well. There it is. How's that for a quick confidence boost? And of course, slight boost to the already huge chip stack as well. Out and out chip leader on the table. 174,000. The next biggest stack, as we can see, about 90,000.
Yeah, annoying stack deck for Guy. With the ace-9, you can tell if he's hovering around 45, 50 bigs, perhaps going to V-pip the ace-9 there, based on what we've seen. The action so far. It's been pretty honest poker being played so far today.
Shoving into the 15 big blind effective stack. Daniel quickly lets that one go. I like it, by the way. Confident shove with the a7 suited. Knows the charts, I think. 15 big blinds. Certainly a shove there to pick up those blinds and antes.
Can you change? Sure.
Over-unders on how long it will take Greg to mention his third place finish upon entering the booth. What do we think in terms of seconds, in terms of milliseconds?
Exactly. We'll have to resort to quantum mechanics to measure those kinds of units of time. He had been lamenting on how he had bricked every APT event he had ever played, including some previous midnight TikToks. Clearly cracked the code.
Bye-bye.
If he cashed for 2.5, what did the winner get? I mean, must be around 5k.
Precisely. Let me just pause, by the way, because Shamanan has found an incredible jam under the gun +2. Getting it in there with the king 10 off and somehow not crushed by the under the gun open of the chip leader, who does seem to be priced in and makes the call. Very likely getting chopped, but lucky for Chamanan.
Shortest stack against a very active chip leader.
Wow.
Both players have flopped the nut straight. Chamanan with the free roll doesn't present itself on the turn, and they will chop this one up. To 318 runners now.
That jam, though, as I said, very, very risky, or high variance, said differently. But Henry, I have noticed with the big blind and big blind anti combo, that burden of two big blinds coming your way, players have been pretty erratic in early positions when they're short stack. They tend to actually be looser in earlier positions versus middle positions because their blind is inching towards them. Makes for some interesting dynamics.
Yeah, certainly something to keep an eye on over the next day, day and a half, as we work our way down through the money into the top 100, down to the final table. A lot of talent out in the field.
Impressive.
Guy seems pretty peeved not to have a playable holding. Has
I
been
can
pretty
relate.
patient.
Thank you.
Guy seems to have recently crossed $500,000 USD on his hand and mouth. Very impressive. $318 players remaining. We're gonna have to keep a lookout for that 270 mark. That's when half the field will get paid. Players can look around at the table, realize that half of them will be rewarded for all their efforts. Things start to feel a bit more real. 2,700 in USD is the minimum payout, going all the way to 261,000, almost 100 times the minimum payout. Incredible.
Wow, Brogman was thinking about it. The 9-7. I need to ask Guy what's going on. Was he playing cash last night? You ever done that, Vidor? Played cash, dusted it off, and then come in tilted to day 2 of a tournament?
Actually, no, I haven't, but that sounds like a recipe for disaster. You'll usually find me playing cash after I bust from a tournament.
Oh, that feels like a recipe for disaster.
Indeed.
Like golden
Both are.
rule, yeah. Don't play cash after busting a tournament.
Certainly not PLO cash at twice the stakes you're used to. Just, you know, happened to a friend. I'm not saying it was me.
Nice.
The mental game required in a tournament is bad enough. Once you bust, sometimes through no fault of your own, it's important to keep that mental game strong and not give in to those kind of temptations. That being said, plenty of people capable of just hopping onto the cash tables and outperforming as well as they perhaps usually do, unaffected. Just happens to not be me. Look at this. Guy has been a bit impatient, it seems like, waiting for a premium holding, and there is one of them. The second best one, in fact. Pocket kings and traps.
Let's go.
Very, very interesting.
Couple of short stacks behind. Perhaps hoping that one of them out of the blinds wakes up with a rejam
That's one of them.
spot. Yeah, ace-10 for G. It's been a very swingy few orbits for him. Doubled up, then won that 3-bet pot. Let's go with the ace-10.
Wow. How? How do they do it?
Do you
What
think,
timing?
Do you think any of these, like, skills are transferable? Wow, the case 3. The case 3. How has Peng done it? Finds the case 3. G mucks the ace-10, would have flopped top. Peng now checking it on over to Guy Taylor, who is in rough shape. He's going to need some help, either from the deck in the form of running straight cards, or a king, or some scary board texture that allows him to get away from it.
That is, of course, if Bang decides not to bump up the action here. The board is plenty connected. There it is.
Yeah.
18,000 to go, and Guy with the absolutely disguised pocket kings cannot consider folding. A check raise from the pre-flop raiser should be confusing. There it is. Just puts it all in there, gets the bad news. It's drawing extremely thin, 10% equity.
So that's for a queen for a sweat. Wow. Now just one out once. Oh. What a needle.
What a needle.
What a needle. From the deck. Finds the cowboy. But the diamond run out. Peng with the 3 of diamonds in hand. To be one of the hands for the highlight reel from day 2 of the main video.
Absolutely. Very interestingly, first we saw the trap from Guy, as though he knew that the short stack G would wake up with the very jammable, squeezable ace-10. And G acts as though he can see Guy's hand, does not oblige, and then bang, flops a straight, even though Guy's hand was disguised as the overpair. Flops a set, I should say, excuse me. And then traps perfectly, gets in the check raise and all the chips. Crazy one.
There's no justice in poker, Vidor. I'm adamant that there's no justice in poker.
I was quoting The Godfather 2 yesterday to Greg. Indeed, I agree with you, there's no justice in poker, but as they say in that movie, this is the life we've chosen.
Amen to that. What is going on, man? It's like Chamanan just knows. He's like, look, Payout's from Thailand. I'm from Thailand. I know the strategy in Thailand when you're the chip leader is to just be uber aggressive and uber wide. Like, King 9-0. Taking the rejam spot for 11. I don't know, am I just being, like, ridiculous here? Is this feels out of line.
It's out of line, but it's absolutely spot on correct, and in fact might get an incredible outcome, which is to say to get the dominating king-queen off to fold. Jung seems pained, but he simply cannot consider calling this off, considering the chip leader is still to act. And by the way, last time around we saw the chip leader make the insta-call thanks to pot odds. Wow. 17.5 to call. Could he actually consider this? Not this time.
Whoa. Chamanan just increasing his stack by almost 40%. Got Justin in the chat asking a great question. Does the 318 include the online players already in the money though? If I remember correctly,
actually.
It does. Okay, there we go. You heard it here first. But you're saying it does. Chanapat in the chat saying, why did King slow play? Because his opponent had pocket threes and was drawing to 1 out. That's my answer. Up to 114 viewers, by the way. Closing in on the 7K subscribers mark over on the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. Shout out to the 114 of you watching this coverage. Type 1 in the chat if you speak English. Obviously have a lot of non-English speaking people tuning in just to watch friends. And don't have a clue of what we're talking about, Vidor.
Well, we covered the National Day Thai stream yesterday. Of course, the English stream, certainly not the most subscribed. The Thai stream did exceedingly well, over 1,000 viewers throughout the stream. Incredible to see. And once in a while, we find out somebody from Thailand is watching our stream. Much appreciated. Hopefully, similar situations today. The chip leader getting no respect. Getting bet into. Forced to let the ace-4 go. Well, I hate to be a bit gauche, Henry, but I did a quick lookup of the Balenciaga t-shirt we see on our screen at the moment. Any guesses?
As price tag?
Yes, sir.
USD?
Sure.
575.
Hey, I'll give it to you for a steal. 250.
Okay, okay. I'll pass. But I'm glad I now know how much that costs. I appreciate you filling my brain with information that I will never, ever need. And yet, it's now planted there indefinitely. Whenever I see a Balenciaga t-shirt, I'm going to be like, okay, that costs around 250. Seems a bit cheap, by the way.
Indeed. Perhaps it's the starter pack. Still worth approximately 2 of the best meals Greg Goes All In has ever had. Peng, with that uninterested demeanor you mentioned, is eyeing his chips. King Queen off in the small blind. The jam is from the hijack for about 13 bigs. King Queen off is so often going to be dominated. I would be surprised to see a call here. He has cut out the chips though.
I'll tell you what, this guy, man, is making a strong case for my favorite player.
Well, I'm sorry to report, Henry. We will be losing him, because of course...
That is true.
One of the best parts about Day 2 coverage is we swap out the feature table on each break. Get to know more and more of the players out there. We are approaching the next break fairly shortly. I believe about 15 minutes or so to go.
Thereabouts, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to be losing him, like you said. Some fresh faces will be jumping in the mix, including
You're leading.
certain Mr. Danny
No,
Tang.
too high card. Too high card. A favorite high card.
Favorite
Yeah.
card.
Lucky card.
But if she's suited.
I love that, man. You know, just throw theory out the window. Fedor. Just pick a favorite card.
Favorite high card.
Knight 10 spade.
King queen.
King queen.
Yeah.
King you should call.
Yeah?
Yeah, better hand.
No coaching at the table.
No. Pocket.
Yeah, pocket one.
Pocket is.
Are you
Is it
serious?
again?
Pocket 2. Pocket 2, yeah, pocket 2.
Pocket 2.
I chop with him. I have diamond. Sorry.
Well, I was covering the Hong Kong stream. My usual partner in crime, aside from you and Greg, of course, Stephen Lai, was not alongside, considering he was, of course, handling the local stream, the Cantonese coverage. The final hand, nothing too out of line, I believe. Something along the lines of Ace-Jack going all in and Queen 10 suited calling it off. Maybe it was over a 10 big blind shove. Afterwards, Hong Kong, or rather Stephen from Hong Kong tells me, Queen 10 is apparently some legendary hand in the Hong Kong poker circle. And that's why it was called off.
No, I'm talking about me.
Just never know what's going on with favorite hands and these local insights.
Big stacks are on the
Was it stated? Like, or was that just made up on the spot?
I think it's just one of those hands that over the years, every local player seems to want to go to town with.
I'm gonna have to hit up some people from Hong Kong and ask. Less than 300 players remaining now. Pretty insane. Given that we're not even 2 levels in. I should say, haven't even finished 2 levels yet. Coming up to the first break. I mean, at this rate, we'll be in the money in 5 levels, Fedor, and we'll get an early night.
Don't you dare.
Don't you dare. Okay, alright. No teasing.
Well, as you already mentioned, of course, we expect the pace of play to slow down, or at least the pace of bust outs, I should say.
Yeah.
To slow down as we approach the money. Firstly, players, of course, are incentivized to make it into the money, might play accordingly, might take those lower variance lines. And secondly, whoever's left in the field has accumulated enough chips to not constantly be at risk. And as you said right at the top of the coverage, Henry, it is your favorite time of the tournament, perhaps. Certainly up there for mine as well.
I think the reason I love it so much is because of Neil Johnson. He just makes it so entertaining, man. Like, he's just given the mic, he MCs the bubble, he runs around the room, calling the action for us, so we just get to enjoy the show. And it really is a spectacle of the show.
You make such a good point. I'll just tell you about it in a moment as we wait to see what happens with Daniel shoving the sixes. Never mind, Peng has woken up. A new Peng on the table, by the way, I should mention. Unfortunately, we will be losing him shortly on the break. But he has woken up with the 5 high. So coming back to Neil Johnson, of course, who, as you very aptly put it, MCs the bubble. We go into hand-to-hand play, and then whichever table is all in, Neil makes his way over, announces the action so that the entire floor can join in on the fun. Now in Da Nang, we had an exceedingly long bubble. Multiple tables were going all in at the same time. And every time Neil would go over to the table and the player at risk would survive, he would just announce, "Nothing happened," and walk away. Now, the player at risk, firstly, certainly felt like something happened. They got a much-needed double up. And Steven and I just had a fun time just using the phrase, nothing happened.
That's pretty brutal.
Every time somebody wouldn't bust.
See, it wasn't like saying, you know, the short stack doubled up or anything like that. It was just nothing happened. Wow. Okay, no.
By the way, Play Games in chat. That's the screen name, of course. Saying, what a great structure indeed. We agree. 1 hour levels, slow increments. It's all about giving players a chance to exert maximum skill. Also mentions it is pretty cool that the dealers are wearing the country traditional costumes. Absolutely, I must shout out, in case anybody's tuning into the stream for the first time, very possible as we kick off main event coverage. The dealers are wearing traditional Korean attire, and I believe the garment is called a hanbok. And it is sort of this new addition to the APT over the last few stops to ensure that the dealers are dressed in the traditional clothing of the country that we have brought the Asian Poker Tour to. Hanbok here. I believe in Vietnam they're called ao yais. Again, traditional Vietnamese garb. Makes for a pretty cool cultural addition to the experience. Peng. A reasonable open, the suited ace from the hijack. Oh, excuse me. Under the gun is the one opening the short stack of G. Queen jack suited. Peng is actually called. And the big blind woke up with ace 9 off and actually flops best. But look at this. 2 clubs. The nut flush draw for Peng. Top pair top kicker for Pirathat. And G with the queen jack of spades. Does have the 2 overs and the gut shot to the nut straight. Backdoor spades for him as well. Something for everyone, but a lot for a couple of them. Peng being one of them. Leads out with a nut flush draw. Chip leader not going anywhere. Top pair top kicker. Flat calls for now.
G with just 28k back. 35 in there though. But the amount being put on request is worth more than a third of his stack. Two overs, gut shot, backdoor spades. That feels a bit too passive for my liking. But what do I know? World-class fold, Vidur, as I was saying.
Would have been in a world of trouble. The queen of clubs completes the nut flush. Interesting card because, of course, now Pirathat does have the club draw as well with the 9 and
this
a
guy,
check in
bro.
position.
Mixing it up makes it so difficult to get value, at least in the form of all the chips when he doesn't bet turn. And now snap raising to 15k over the block.
The sizing, only 15,000. The fact that it was a snap raise, all the clues needed to figure out that your opponent might be strong. If Pirathat can get away from it for the price of 4,000 on the river, that would be extremely impressive. Not to be. Understandable. Has a reasonable flush. Face it off. I must point out something that Gabriel said in chat.
You guys
Go
will
on.
make your way back to table 10. It is over here. I'll take a
Referring to how the
Table
local
six is right
Korean
on the floor.
population is
Right here on the left.
actually not allowed to
Yeah,
participate
at the break.
Yes.
You're gonna pass up some racks,
in tournaments.
Same position.
He says, I
Tables
thought
over
it's
here.
weird
Okay, to
that
your
they
left.
have a tourney and cannot play. It's like hosting a drinking contest in Saudi Arabia. Good one, sir. Sometimes regulations don't make much sense. That is indeed the way of the world. What to do?
Yeah, no comment on my part. And also, worth stating for the record, just so that we're protected, that mine and Vidal's opinions do not reflect the opinions of the Asian Poker Tour or our sponsor, Natural 8. Just saying, anyone out there clicking the record button, saying I got these guys right where I want them, no. Okay, you do you, Saudi Arabia. You don't want people drinking, that's fine. You crack on. Wait, is drinking really illegal? Or just frowned
I'm not
upon?
sure, but I'd believe it. I know, for instance, with the most recent football World Cup being held in Qatar, that was a big issue because they had to carve out special spaces to allow the tourists to be able to drink. So I'm guessing it's actually legal there.
Okay.
Sevens, get it done. So we're about 3 minutes away from the break here. Take a good look at these players. Let's see who
has
makes
done a
it.
Fantastic job, by the way. Chip leader at the table now. Started the day with, I want to say, like 60k? He's involved in that ace-6 v ace-queen hand. Against Brugman very early on. One of the first hands of the day, actually. And it's just been all uphill from there.
Yeah, sure. So, 3. What? 3,000. Okay. 3 scan? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Queen jack off. At 12 bigs in the cutoff. Multiple options on the table. Goes with all of it. Queens everywhere, but not good enough to call it off.
Looks like we got time to squeeze in one last hand. I must say that flew by. Vidal. 2
Big.
hours, 2 levels, just gone.
Certainly agree. Not least of all because it's great to have you back in the booth, but also some fun poker to be had, and of course just the excitement and enthusiasm, perhaps adrenaline, of kicking off the main event coverage. Lots of eliminations as well, as you said, 289 players remaining. So I believe we're now in the last hand before the break, playing down to 135 players making it into the money. Small nuance there, as was pointed out in the chat. I believe 18 players have already qualified into the money online.
Congratulations to those.
Indeed, they're all locking up. 2,700 USD already. That's off approximately 1,725 USD being the buy-in. But now that we have broken the record, I've had 930 entries, accumulated an incredible prize pool, crossing 1.5 million USD. First place, good for 261,000 USD, an incredible score to shoot for. As we have hit our first break, we will take a short 15-minute break and see you on the other side. My name is Fither Single, joined, of course, by Henry Kilbane. Do not go anywhere, as we have a whole host of new players to introduce you to. We will see you shortly.
So C4 is the button, right? C4 is the left button.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I'll let you know after that.
I think now maybe not.
Okay, I feel good.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome back to Paradise City here in Incheon, South Korea. It's the APT main event, day 2 coverage, 31st of August 2023. Where has the year gone, Vidor?
Tough to say as we kick into September, but of course, part of my year was spent covering APT events, starting all the way back in Fukuoka. That's where we first met, I believe. Hanoi in the middle, of course, Da Nang, Taipei, and now Incheon, the Asian poker tour going from strength to strength. And as if to prove my point, 930 entries in this main event, 287 of them remaining, 18 of those qualified online, by the way, straight into the money as part of our tie-up with our sponsor Natural 8. The prize pool, an incredible 1.4 million USD, and
Massive.
first place, 261,000 USD. That's for a $1,700 buy-in.
Yeah, massive amounts of money up top in this one, especially considering that there are people out there that have qualified for a fraction of the actual buy-in online on Natural 8. I'm just looking. Average stack. The stats did pop up pre-stream. 129k. So looking around 50 big blind average, which is pretty surprising given how quickly these players have been busting out.
Well, it is firstly a testament to the incredible structure here at the main event. 1 hour levels, as we've been saying, of course, slow increments as well. Yeah, I hear your point about how quickly players have been busting. Perhaps they gave their stacks to the remaining players in such a way that we have a high average. Of course, that's what you want to see, as we are now approaching that 270 players remaining mark, which is to say that point where half the field will make it into the money. And now we welcome 8 new players to our feature table. Looking forward to learning more about them. The player in the mix at the moment needs no introduction, least of all to you, Henry. Danny Tang is in the mix.
4-time Triton champion. Millions in lifetime earnings. And table captain here early into day 2. Naturally, ambassador, of course. Really does go to show how much some of these high rollers just live and breathe poker. You'd think that perhaps ego would get in the way. You go from playing 100k buy-ins to then come and play a $1,700 buy-in, but they just love the game. They love competing, they love stepping in the arena. And you put value on an event like this, you're going to attract players such as Danny Tang that are used to playing much higher.
Indeed they are, but of course, the $261,000 for first place, nothing to scoff at, even for the likes of Danny Tang. And let's not forget that glorious APT main event trophy. Nothing can beat that.
Just insane that Danny came second. The 225 USD no limit deuce to 7 single draw mix. Wow. Now I just have to look at his Hendon mob to see how much he cashed that one for.
Raising it up under the gun. Extremely frisky. King 6 of hearts gets called by the Queen Jack of hearts under the gun +2. By Julian Roxel from France. No spring chicken himself, by the way, approaching $300,000 in live earnings. Also, a second place finish here at APT Incheon. The freeze out event. Funnily enough, Justin pointing out as always a bit earlier in chat how the very event I just mentioned, the freeze out, Julian Roxel coming second, first place finisher, a familiar face from Japan, Sheena, or perhaps Shaina she goes by, Okamoto, had been lamenting how she's become too used to coming second place because she came second place in the WSOP Ladies Championship, missing the bracelet, and then second place in the Mystery Bounty Hunter just a few days ago. And whine and ye shall receive, because what does she do yesterday but close it out, winning the freeze out event for 17,000 USD. Picking up that APT Lion trophy, the smaller version of course, not the main event size, but an impressive piece of hardware nonetheless.
You gotta moan it in sometimes. Just want to
Did you
touch on
moan it in?
Yeah, you got to moan it in. You know, it's just
The
how it
equity.
works. They complain to the poker gods. Yuki Aoki. Let's come with the old 2.2x. Queen 8 of clubs. It's going to defend. Danny Tang's last 4 cashes, by the way, as he outflops Yuki. Yuki with a hand that is unlikely to be going anywhere. 13.5k in the middle. 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor hearts. Making it 10k to go. Send to Yuki, hey, listen, pal. You can play for it all right now. Oh, instant delivery. And a disguised one at that, Vidal. The ace-king, turning the nut
Drills
straight.
it.
Unfortunately for Danny, the disastrous run out. Perhaps that king of clubs on the river is going to save him some chips. As he does get away from it. Yeah, Danny's last 5 cashes, a 5th in a 200k buy-in tournament for 1.24 million. A 1st in a 60k buy-in for 1.6 million. A 2nd in a 25k buy-in for 193,000. And then a 2nd in a $225 buy-in for 1.6 thousand USD. That no limit single draw mix. Just loves the game.
That is actually incredible and hilarious. Loves the
Number
game
1
indeed.
on Hong Kong's all-time money list.
The usual diverse set of flags on this table. Hong Kong, you just mentioned, France, China. But indeed 4 players from Japan battling it out. Japan making up, I believe, 35% of the entries into this main event.
That's wild. That's a pretty wild statistic. Are you at all surprised? I guess it's only
I think
couple of hours flight.
Yeah, exactly. I think just a very convenient stop for the Japanese contingent to come play. Love to see it. I wonder if any of the players at the table... Wait a minute. Did somebody say all in, or...?
Don't believe so.
Phew. I was worried. I was losing my mind. I think Yuki just trying to get the accurate count of how much the bet was.
Oh my. Those are raising chips. And how about this? Power poker from Yuki. Julian snap folds after trying to get after it from the big. Well executed, Mr. Aoki. Back up to 40 bigs. Gotta give credit to Julian for at least trying to steal that one away there. Unsuccessfully.
Funnily enough, I'd been looking up Yuki's Hendon Mob. A small smattering of caches, but not really many live earnings to speak of, and it did prompt the question, do you think many players on the table are familiar with the legend of Danny Tang? And I wonder if that affects play at all, if they are.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier on. You know, when you come to an event such as this, it's just so diverse. Has players from every corner of Asia. A lot of them who perhaps aren't going to be familiar with English-speaking streams that Danny's been featured on before. It does make you wonder if there's anyone out there that he's played with over the last couple of days. I know for a fact that I before have played with legends that I didn't know were legends at the time, like whether it be poker legends or, you know, other sporting legends, and just had no idea. I believe I played with a famous American football player once for a few hours and just didn't know.
Oh, okay, well, as somebody who's British born and Asia braised, as we've been calling it, that's completely fair. I thought you were going to say you played with a poker legend and you didn't know.
Yeah, I was
That
sat
would've really tripped
down
me up.
next to Ivy, you know. Didn't know.
Who did you say? Who's that?
Gu, by the way, with the 3-bet out of the big. Bit out of line, especially this deep. Does flop best on the 9-7-4.
A fearless 3-bet. Perhaps a more standard continuation, and now the board gets more and more dangerous. 8 of clubs, bringing in all kinds of possibilities, both in terms of made hands and draws. Cannot feel too comfortable, out of position. Third pair to the board now. Gu, at least in terms of his caches, seems relatively inexperienced in the live arena. Facing down Danny Tang, as you just mentioned. Millions in caches. One of the most successful players from his home country. How does he want to approach pocket fives? SPR around 1.7 effective.
Your answer is check. As it gets progressively worse for Gu, but having said that, Danny with a hand that seems happy to try and get to showdown. Be very interesting to see what Danny does. Should Gu check it on over? He wants to turn this into a bluff.
Danny does beat a certain portion of Gu's range. 3-betting from the blinds, the ace-kings, ace-queens, perhaps king-queens. Could have easily checked behind and hoped for the best, but that's not his style, is it? Knows that he can represent so many holdings. Flushes came in. Of course, 4 to a straight on the board. Why not make sure? Turns his pocket fives into a bluff.
Yeah, really well recognized by Tang here. It's gone for a sizable bet as well. But just correctly deducing that his opponent has better showdown. It's really putting those one pair hands in the blender. Gu hasn't let go of the 7 yet, Vidor, and I'm not sure why.
Maybe he's just an absolute beast. And maybe he does know Danny. And suspects he's being taken for a ride here. This would be the most incredible call ever.
He's really thinking this one through. 3-bet pot. C-bet on the 9-7-4. Danny called. Turn went check check. You do have to ask yourself, 7 of spades in hand. Does let it go. Danny getting away with one. 200k now. Just shy of. Keep an eye on this Gutian fella, Vidor. I got a funny feeling he's going to be a fun guy to watch. That didn't feel like posturing, that felt like a genuine tank there.
New dealer coming in.
Yeah, quick old
Each of them
change.
still wearing the hanbok, as we mentioned.
$272 remaining. Would you say the magic number today is 135 places paid? Okay. Dropping like flies, but average stack hovering around 50 bigs. I think we've got ourselves a few levels of some fun poker, one would hope.
1 hour levels, just to remind all of you. 2 levels and then a break. And every time we break here on day 2, and even day 3, try to bring in a new set of players by the time we get into the money, and then of course tomorrow play into, or till the final table I should say. You have a good idea of how some of these players have navigated what ends up being quite a roller coaster. And Gu, 3 bets with the aces, gets it through. Bit of a rivalry maybe developing, Danny. Could be noticing. Seems to be getting targeted. Comfortable stack at the moment. Only one short stack, really. That too, 16 bigs. Ah, the short stack at the table. I can just confirm. Wyken Lam, one of the online qualifiers, one of the 6 finalists of the Natural Aid Hong Kong. The 1,200 Hong Kong dollars, that's the $150 entry. Made it to the final table and now has clearly made it to day 2. There he is. 14 bigs now after ponying up the ante. Still gets 7 free hands. 6 of them totally free, I suppose, before he has to pony up a blind again. So 14 bigs, plenty to work with for now. Quite a diversity of live experience across the Japanese contingent. Mention how some of them had a small smattering of results on Hand and Mob. I can't help but notice one of them. Takahiro Nakai. Over $500,000 in live earnings. He's in seat 6. Meanwhile, Gu from China finds a playable holding once again. Late position, opening it up. Ace 8 of clubs.
This is my man right here.
Pocket sixes.
This is my man. Gu Tian. Let's go Nakai. You know, we've been asking the question, Vidor, not just for this series, but for the last few stops. How do we lose so many players when the average stack is 50 big blinds? And here's your answer. People just aren't scared at these APT events to put money in the middle.
Absolutely fearless jam. The squeeze, or rather the cold 4-bet jam, I should say. After the 3-bet from Wataru. Now, Wataru, no spring chicken, 90,000 in earnings himself, was playing the sixes aggressively. Gets the bad news and the quick release. So Takahiro making a lovely pickup. As you just said, absolutely no fear. Cold 4-betting the pocket tens. And maybe that's how you get $500,000 in earnings.
Fearless cutoff v button v big blind. This table not as chatty as the last one. Seems like it's all business here.
Oh my. 7-4 of clubs. Wants to find its way to the flop, apparently. Limping in the cutoff.
You sound surprised, Vidor.
Well, I just mentioned $90,000 in live earnings for Wataru. Does not line up. Limping the 7-4 suited. What do I know? He's the man with 90,000 in earnings.
He's also the man with 60% of a straight flush, so...
6,000.
6,000. 6,474.
And he's just going to take it down.
Well, there you go. 7 high, getting the job done. So let's add him to the keep a lookout for this chap column.
I was about to say, yeah, the old hit list. People to keep an eye on. There's always a few, man. Every APT series, I feel like there's a couple of guys that just burst onto the table like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on this guy because you really don't know what to expect.
55. So 3, 4, 4, 3.
The suited big slick. Opening, getting the job done. We're now down to 259 players. Certainly crossed that point where half the field gets paid. We are playing down all the way to the money today. 135 players will be in the money, guaranteeing themselves a nice little return on their $1,700 investment. Not all of them necessarily have made that entire investment. One of those players on our table at the moment. The player from Hong Kong, Waikin Lam, in fact, won his seed by playing a $150 tournament on Natural 8. But perhaps all that becomes irrelevant in relation to the first place prize, 261,000 USD.
See, he won his
Almost
seat
300.
from a $150 buy-in tournament.
Indeed, he did. Gets the main event ticket, gets flown down to Incheon to join us as well on the house.
Yeah,
And played a final table where he won some Natural 8 credits also. What a winning trip so far, and if he can survive day 2, what a story that would be.
Not just survive day 2, I mean. Imagine just parlaying $150 into 260k.
We need a moneymaker in Asia. Could be Waikin Lam from Hong Kong. Why not?
Hang on. How have we seen a turn here? There's some freestyling going on.
I like that word for it, freestyling. Achi.
Yeah.
Manages to exercise some pot control, but surely Wataru knows he's ahead here. Goes for the value bet. And with Masahiro, well, never mind, actually checks. The outcome might still be the same. Actually, checks behind.
Yeah, freestyling is the word I use, Vidal, when something nonsensical, unorthodox happens at the feature table.
Well, I look forward to a lot more freestyling. Certainly keeps me entertained. But since you brought it up, I must point out, Greg and I participated in some late night streams. The Influencer Challenge was one of them in the past couple of days. And Greg, obviously feeling left out because he was in the booth as opposed to on the table amongst his influencer peers, as though to challenge himself in the booth, decided to freestyle commentary for one of the hands. Rap it out in verse. Absolutely crushed it, by the way.
Did he really?
Dude,
I don't
exceeded
know.
all expectations.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear you trying to sell it to me. And you're doing a good job, but at the same time, having to sit and listen to Greg freestyle. I'm not sure. Like we're talking like as a rapper?
It all made sense. It all rhymed. I'm not saying he's changing his name to Greg Goes All Eminem, but at midnight local time, perhaps it was even later than that, extremely impressive. And I look forward to sharing the highlight reel that we will no doubt make out of that with you. Give you a little jolt as to the level of commentating talent out there in the world. You won't be able to just maintain this career by just saying words, Henry. You have to sing and rhyme sometimes.
Throw in a little dance here and there.
Oh, by the way, speaking of which, Elki making it to the final table of the Superstar Challenge, the $10,000 buy-in, and of course, as a result, we get treated to the Elki dance. The GG Natural 8 Poker dance that you see, the animated Elki. Elki has learned that in real life and graces us with it whenever he's at the final table. First the High Roller in Hanoi, and now the Superstar $10,000 challenge. Super fun. Elki, of course, did end up busting. I believe it was 6th place. Still good for 40,000 USD. Great showing so far at the series by him.
Looks like
Oh my
Danny's
word.
check raised to 16.5k. Julian's gonna stick around for at least one more. Do apologize for the graphics. King 3-3 flop. Check raise from DT with backdoor equity, but none of that materializing on the turn. Well, how about it? Little smile there from Julian. Kind of chuckling to himself. He knows it. I know it. We all know it. We've all been there.
I think what I feel in this spot is maybe all these crushers are just lucky.
You tell him, Vidor. Put a poll out on Twitter, or X rather. Not allowed to call it Twitter anymore.
Okay, Henry, thoughts on that? You seem pained just saying those words out loud.
I deleted the app, mate. So
Well done.
I'm better.
I applaud you, my friend.
It's a great app, though. It's a great app.
Somebody sounds like they're going to be re-downloading it fairly shortly.
Can't do it. Have to keep it deleted. I just end up spiraling down some rabbit holes that I just don't need to spiral down. All of a sudden it's 4 o'clock in the morning. You see your reflection of your face in your phone or your laptop, and you end up questioning life and the choices that you made up until that point.
Very appropriately, by the way. That is exactly the reason the Netflix show is called Black Mirror.
That's scary. I'm deleting Netflix as well. I'm doing it. I'm not even joking, right as we speak. I'm cancelling my subscription.
Justin Fairbanks in chat says, would you rather Greg freestyle or brag about his midnight TikTok 3rd place? Well, there's only one answer, Justin. Put the two together. Freestyle about coming 3rd place in the midnight TikTok. There we go. Greg challenge has been created.
There you go. Your membership will be cancelled at the end of your current billing period.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm a
did it, huh?
I'm a new man. I need to make some drastic changes in my life. And removing stuff like Twitter and Netflix is going to be the start. I've already got the email. They've already emailed me. We're sorry to say goodbye. No, you're not, Netflix. Leave me alone.
They'll get you. They'll release some poker TV show at some point.
No, they
Oh,
won't.
you're an F1 guy. Come on, Henry. Who we fooling?
Nah, they're gonna release the same old magical series that they release with the same cast of characters. Even The Witcher let me down.
Oh yeah. I don't watch that show, but I heard the latest season a bit of a disappointment, and of course, Henry Cavill, the nerd of all nerds, apparently said he was out.
Yeah. Can you blame him?
As long as you don't delete YouTube, be good. And Facebook and Twitch, where we are also live at the moment.
Shout out Facebook, shout out Twitch. You know, I was thinking perhaps there is someone that might not be aware of who Danny Tang is, but he's really not making it easy for people, or at least for himself, in terms of remaining anonymous, given that he's rocking a Triton t-shirt. I don't think there's many people in this room, as poker players and poker fans, playing this APT main event that haven't heard of Triton. Proud owners, of course. Malaysian contingent, often showing up to support each other.
Well, you've been covering Triton events, Henry, and I'm sure you bump into Michael. Michael Soiza, of course. APT head. You guys party it up over there?
I wouldn't say party it up, no. There's normally a lot of poker being played and a lot of commentating being done. And also it's tough, you know, with the delay to meet up with people for a coffee or, you know, match a dinner break.
I think the worst part is when the tournament is over and we watch the celebrations happen on the stream, and then we step out of the booth with the 30-minute delay, everybody's gone. Somewhere your brain forgets about the delay, and you think, oh, well, let me join in on the fun. The fun has moved on to the after party.
The after party that we don't have an invite to.
Tough life, tough life. We do have an invite to the players' party, of course. That's tonight within the casino. For more information, go to apt.poker.
Want to see Goo flop a set, but at the same time, I called it. Called it. Julian's had a rough stint. It's gonna get worse. Uh-oh. Diamonds do get that. Julian reaching for value chips. like a blockish kind of sizing. 8.5 into 40. What does Gu do here? Does he just go for the jugular, just asking for it all? Very under-repped.
Theoretically, it would make sense because, of course, with bottom set, not blocking any hand that would have a jack in it, you certainly want to put your opponent to the test and get max value. Perhaps the stack size is not too amenable. Does go for it and gets the quick fold.
$37. Now just 100 off the money. I really don't know what this means for us.
In what way do you mean?
It's just going to be a long-ass bubble. Like, the pace at which they're
definitely
dropping.
Stacks are going to be pretty big as we reach the bubble if the chip distribution has gone the way I assume it has in the outer tables. It's always interesting, of course. Every situation is unique.
Wow,
Once we get hand to hand.
Sorry to cut you off at all. This feels like frustration here from Julian. Just the classic. Has he open ripped?
Given the quick folds,
Oh,
I
it's
actually assume
26k.
he has.
Right. Okay, I thought it was more. The graphics showed more, but that's fine.
Is it? Even then, I think it's pretty loose. Queen 10 off.
10 bigs.
From the low jack.
Hasn't won a hand since he sat down. The classic. I'm all in. I want to just win a hand, get one under my belt. I can empathize with it, man. I've been there. F staying disciplined when you're just getting beat by the deck.
We're all human.
Well, you say that.
I totally get it. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I got some questions about Elon Musk. Don't know if he's human. Lex Friedman, also another one that I'm suspicious of.
What's the working theory, you imagine? Is it a tiny alien inside the head, or
I think they're just
something crazier?
Lizard people.
There we go.
Back jams for Julian. Gonna pick up the blinds. The big blind ante once again. So 15 bigs now. No longer the short stack at the table either. That honor now belongs to Waiki and Lamb.
I did mention Julian approaching $300,000 in live earnings. Certainly quite experienced, and just goes to show, willing to gamble it up. Jamming Queen 10 off, perhaps frustration, but that Jack 10 suited, of course, a prettier holding. Another gun +1 in that scenario. Knows that if he gets called, he would be gambling, but is willing to do so. Try and have a better chance of first making it into the money. Then, of course, going for bigger and better goals. Of course, running hot, this series is locked up. Second place already in the freeze out. Good for over 11,000 USD.
Free breeze. 4,500.
Any sizing tells? Go with the 5.5k with the pocket fives.
It just doesn't feel like aces, that's all I can say.
Bro, they play these suited aces so aggressively. It's insane. Like, the way it just registers over in this part of the world is, okay, I'm 3-betting.
Well, another cold 4-bet coming. Kings in the small blind. Yuki raising it up to 36,000. Who can make the quick release? Masahiro does as well. You have to feel for the guy. Makes a well-timed 3-bet on the button, ace-9 suited. Two players behind you. One of them wakes up with the goods. On to the next one. Why can land the qualifier from Hong Kong. Now the shortest stack, 11 big blinds. He's in the red hoodie with those sunglasses, by the way.
Alright, so also the players. It's just been informed, there's no more tables outside, guys. All players of the main event is now inside the room. As an accurate count, 236 players left in the field.
Danny's setting the trap with the ace king. Again, just heard that all the players are now in the room. Had tables outside, of course, just given to the sheer amount of players that showed up for day 2. Uh-oh, what's Julian doing here? Can't say I blame him. 8.5k to go with the 8 deuce.
All in.
It's really not going
8 deuce.
The Frenchman's way. Go on, Vidor.
Absolutely right, first off. The frustration needs to be building. But I was about to say 8 deuce. Of course, 7 deuce, considered the worst hand for many reasons, but such a legend about it now, all the memes about it, cash game players play the 7 deuce game. As a result, I think 8 deuce feels like the worst hand you can pick up.
Because you can't even slam it into your opponent's face and like pick up a bounty or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever won a hand with 8 deuce.
I agree. I once flopped quads with 8 deuce and I still didn't win the hand.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
Danny mocking the dealer's soft voice. It's good banter.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. Yeah, she's relaying the information to the microphone, obviously. He just mockingly said, "Heads up." I keep hearing the words all in cool behind. I mean, are they sure about this average stack?
Do they think they're playing the midnight TikTok, maybe?
Maybe they do.
It's 1 hour levels, guys. And they do not go down every hour. Two getting it done from the big blind. Queen high, spade draw. Enough to fire. Second in chips now. Tied for second in chips.
I can't believe Danny did that. That's hilarious. What's going on with the YouTube chat? 130 people watching. Absolute crickets. I'm not mad. I'm just bitterly disappointed.
Well, first off, in case maybe instead of chatting, winning money is more your speed. For the 142 of you watching on YouTube, do not forget to fill out the trivia quiz form pinned in the chat. Perhaps quiz is a bit of a stretch. Just answer easy questions. You get more and more chips entered for free into a flip out for $688.
What did you have?
Now, once you've done that, let us know in chat which question was the funniest. How about that? 2 birds with 1 stone. We'd also love to hear where you're watching from, of course, as we cover the APT Incheon. It would be great to see fans of poker from around the world engage with us.
Yeah, that's always my favorite game. How many different nationalities have we got tuning in? Could obviously just check the analytics tab. See where the majority of our viewership comes from. Do let us know. We're up to 230 players now.
Two short stacks now. Julian, we mentioned, likely getting a bit frustrated. Y from Hong Kong, online qualifier. Hanging around with those 9 bigs, looking for a spot. A few players perhaps on autopilot, middling stacks, a few hours into the day, 100 or so players away from the money. Can be dangerous. But here's a player who is certainly not on autopilot, Goo. It's been very, very active. Obviously Danny, opening up the King 9 suited. Middle position. That does not seem autopilot either. But it can be tough to keep your head in the game in terms of remaining creative at this stage of the tournament. It's almost, I mean, I dare to use a scientific term here, I'm probably a bit off, but it's almost biological, which is to say, your brain would just love to make easier decisions. Doesn't need to work that hard sometimes. It's always resistant to burning those calories, getting yourself into tricky spots. But it is important, of course, the structure is very lenient. You can sit back. But I can bet you're not going to be winning the tournament by just relying on card distribution and premium holdings. Lots to pay attention to on the table. Look at this. Julian going all in with the king 9. The frequency with which this man puts his chips in the middle is something to pay attention to and perhaps can help inform the decision of why. Pocket 8s on the button. The short stack has jammed. He's the shortest stack himself. Gets it in there. Julian is lucky to be flipping when called here. King 9 jam, pretty loose. He'll be happy to see the situation he's found himself in. So we're off to a coin flip. 2 shortest stacks on the table. The good news, one of them will no longer be the shortest stack. Currently, Y is at risk.
Safe flop
Safe
so far.
flop. Indeed.
6 of hearts.
Oof. Action turn. 9 for Julian. The open ender now for Y. Needs an 8, 6, or jack.
No.
None of those appear on the river. We have to say goodbye to an exciting player, the qualifier from Hong Kong. GG, sir. And Julian, after all that impatience, wins the flip. Back in the game.
There's just no justice in poker, man. King 9, just in there, finding the 9 on the turn.
Comfortable or not? Issues? Really? Yeah? Yeah?
Sounds like Danny Tang's talking with Victor Chong on the rail.
Fold.
One fold, 2 fold. Three raise, 5,500.
Another. Oh, what do you mean for mass market?
4 fold. 6 fold.
How's that for speculating?
Oh,
5-4
It's all
suited.
got smaller ones, right?
Orange, 7 orange.
And Masahiro
But what was the buy?
realizes he can turn the ace-7 off into a squeeze. What a play. That's a hefty stack to jam in there. Pick something up, perhaps. Two opening fairly frequently could be another factor.
Yeah, just
Wow.
once again, just kind of showcasing
What?
just the why
No,
so
it's
many
not
players have been eliminated already today. People just fearlessly taking these really light and really
can go
wide
down. You can put here.
jam spots. I mean, gonna run into it eventually.
Masahiro, by the way, had $0 in hand and mob earnings before this month. About 4,000 accumulated in August 2023. And yet there you go, absolutely fearless.
That's the goods this time. Well, how about that for a fireworks flop?
Wow, it's still a flip.
3-bet pot. You flop top. Are these two about to play a monster pot? They're just gonna call. I mean, how many ounces? Too many ounces. 60k in the middle. 17 outs.
哇！呢張 so fat 啊！
我叫佢擺個出嚟，佢唔明。
So pot size jam.
Believe it or not, a pot-sized jam, and Wataru has favorable pot odds to call it off. 17 outs.
Yeah, I'm just not folding. Like our chips should be in the middle already. It just depends, yeah, if we want to take the gamble spot.
Gamble, gamble, as Greg likes to say. Every once in a while, could actually be ahead as well. King, queen of spades, queen, jack of spades, etc. Against a naked ace, which is a very likely holding. He should be able to do the math and realize how many outs he would have.
This is pretty surprising. You've called the 3-bet. You get this flop. You get this turn. There we go. Does make its way into the middle. 180,000 plus in the middle.
Too many outs.
Too many outs announced. 15 of the 17 are clean. That's not one of them. Masahiro finding the hold. Up to 186,000 now. How does he fade that? Teach me.
Too many outs. Always comes down to too many outs.
15 outs. Once.
Wow, second in chips now. Of course, anybody watching, don't forget you can follow the live updates for all the outer tables, thanks to our excellent live reporting team on the website apt.poker. There's a whole different live reporting section. Always fun to catch up on what's happening on outer tables, especially if you're supporting someone in particular. We'll usually have at least something covering each table. By the way, what's amazing is that the live reporting team actually ensures that anything feature table related is delayed 30 minutes on the live reporting. That way the integrity of the game is protected and no spoilers for us.
Talking of spoilers, for the Elky fans out there, Elky showered his queens, running into Maeda's aces.
GG Elky. Don't worry, by the way, because if we know Elky, he will be partying it up at the players' party. So if those of you in the main event did not get a chance to play with him,
certainly get a chance to bounce with him later on.
Very good.
Sounds like there's some celebrations going on in the background. Lines have gone up. Yuki involved again. Dude, honestly, it feels like someone's just put a CD disc on repeat saying player out in the background.
198 players remaining. That was quick. Below the 200 mark.
Keep firing out a C-bet. You're obviously going nowhere with this flop top pair. Offsuit 6, one-time dealer. How about this? 19 into 26.
Does seem scary. I mean, it almost looks like he's trying to set up for that one SPR river bet. A call by Goo would make the pot 65 or so. 76 would be the effective stack behind. Who sticks around? That gut shot straight draw and blocking the nut straight certainly helps the case. Queen of clubs. Not your favorite card when your kicker is the 8.
No, and Yuki, no club in hand. Feels like an impossible spot to empty the clip with. Wow, Goo. Perhaps thinking of turning his hand into a bluff. It's like a mergy-ish sizing. What size has he gone for? 26.5. Wow. What do you think of this, Fedor?
I think it's a missized blocker bet.
You think it's a missized blocker bet?
I believe so. It does work out in his favor. But certainly that sizing is not going to get better hands to fold. Just decided he wanted to set his own price for the showdown, which is, after all, one of the things that blocker bets are designed to do. But sometimes you go too small on the block bet and you're worried you'll induce action. This way, sort of hedging himself. These are all guesses, of course, but I have seen this more and more where people are realizing that small blocker bets are too obvious. And a merge, in the sense, of course, could get paid by worse, so every once in a while could get a very favorable outcome. Of course, that scare card was completing both the straight and flush.
Yeah, I just hear player out announced again.
I did mention 198 players remaining, by the way. That's, of course, not counting, I believe, the 19 players that qualified straight into the money online.
Oh, well done.
Playing day 1 on Natural 8. So 198 players out on the floor at the moment. We will be playing down to when that counter on the top left of your screen says 135. Yuki, having just taken the dent to his stack after the pocket sixes, the ace-8 battle, facing ace-8 off once again, this time dominating with the ace-10 off himself, and outflopped queen 8-6, 2 diamonds. Those are some quick checks. We're at the final card already and gets checked out. What is going on, Henry? Give us some time to process, gents. This goes to showdown. Suga, not interested in going for value. I just realized, by the way, that Suga's last name is the same as Yuki Aoki's first name.
You sure?
Well, don't hold me to it for sure, but at least that's how I saw it.
I was gonna say, it feels like it might be a graphics thing. Well, they've just got the names flipped around.
Also, cannot be too confident in terms of first names and last names. Totally depends on the country in Asia you're referring to. One of the many things I'm still trying to wrap my head around participating here in the production team of the Asian Poker Tour has been an education, to say the least. Of course, we try and do our best, and we thank everybody for being tolerant of our ignorance often.
Oh, sorry.
Justin said, I don't know if Henry saw that is queen pre-flop fold on the FT. That sounds...
I mentioned this at the top of the hour, Henry, remember?
Yeah.
The bubble just had some crazy plays on the feature table we were covering in Da Nang. I'll tell you about it in a moment, because of course Danny Tang opened ace-5 of diamonds. Has been 3-bet by the pocket kings. Ace-5 of diamonds, of course, one of those hands that people love to throw into their 4-bet range, but the effective stack is just too small. 16 bigs for Wataru left behind after that 3-bet. Suspect Danny does go for that 4-bet jam.
Note the equities, however. This is why it is deemed a 4-bet hand, because even against hands like kings, it has 33% pre-flop.
Looking for the Barry Greenstein. Not to be, the kings hold up. Wataru gets the full double. Up to 50 bigs, and Danny takes a huge dent. Down to 50 bigs, in fact.
Couldn't convert it this time round. Always feels unnecessary to me.
Well, when it works, it's genius, of course. Yesterday we had so much 3-betting on the Natural 8 Hong Kong final table that some of the other players picked up on it and 4-bet King 7 off, correctly getting that Ace 5 suited to lay it down. It's become a badge of honor now to take these hands and convert them into 3-bets and 4-bets. That being said, as I was mentioning, that smaller effective stack of Otaru could have given Danny pause, just went with it. They'd have that 33% equity, as you said. Ace Queen suited now. Masahiro just picked up a bunch of chips, just goes all in this time, facing the effective stack of Julian. 15 bigs or so. Quick call.
Oh, good luck, Julian.
Just doubled up. This time in a better than a flip situation. First, King 9 versus the pocket 8s. Now Queens v Ace Queen. Clean board so far. And Ace will be needed. Julian covers the clubs as well.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Jin turned for creating more outs, but the 3 of diamonds, an absolute brick. What a comeback.
Oh, Julian just getting max value by getting the sweat on the turn as well as doubling up. What a life. A really swingy day for the Frenchman.
So by the way, Henry, coming back to it, the feature table on the bubble at Da Nang. Maeda, they're from Japan. Open folds, pocket queens. Pre-flop, I believe under the gun or under the gun +1. And he wasn't even the shortest stack on the table, by the way. Just wanted to make sure he makes it into the money.
Wait, say it again. This was pre-bubble.
This was on the soft bubble, I believe.
Of the final table, or
of the main event?
Okay.
Of the in the money bubble.
Okay.
And the punchline to this whole story, by the way, Maeda was actually on the final table.
After folding the queens.
I believe so.
Perhaps it's just an unlucky hand for him. Brings back bad memories.
Ace-5 of diamonds made the reasonable open on the button here. The 10-6 off found the defense in the big. Absolutely smashes the board. Decides to check raise with the top 2. Slight misstep. Pretty dry board. When you have top 2, you block so much of the continuing range. It's the Ace-5 of diamonds to lay it down.
Yeah, I feel like two types of people in this world. With all those that fast play their big hands, and those that trap their big hands pre-flop. Often get them into trouble.
Why is poker so complicated? Why aren't there just straightforward solutions like there used to be in the 1970s? Why did computers and smart people need to get involved? Have mixed ranges with various frequencies.
You know, call me a nerd. If I had access to a time machine, I'd love to go back in time and trace poker down to its origins. You know? It's like really find out where it came from. So I know it's mutated over the decades or centuries, if you will. Where did it initially come from?
What's our best guess, by the way? Is it the Wild West or something? Texas, for Texas Hold'em, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's called Texas, right? Texas Hold'em, so one would assume that it's no older than 200 years old.
I should just say that when you said that if you had a time machine, of course, firstly, I was going to point out that your goals with a time machine need to be a bit more ambitious. There's a lot of things you might want to do before focusing on poker, but if you had to focus on poker, I thought you were going to say you would go back in time and just absolutely decimate the best players using modern poker theory and strategies. And I do wonder, would you be able to, you think? Go to the 70s and just become the best poker player of all time?
I think
Take
so,
on Doyle
yeah.
Brunson and in his prime?
I think you would, right? Like, there's just too much information out there now compared to 50 years ago that it would just have to give you such an insane advantage.
I hear you, and this is something that comes up in a lot of sports. I do want to actually discuss this. I'm very curious what Takahiro does, by the way, in this situation. He could simply just check. The hand would be over. Instead, he's about to value town himself.
Wow, he went all in.
Oh my word. He just bluffs at it.
Showers, just out of nowhere. Just goes for it all. Unnecessarily so. I mean, like, you get ace, queen, ace, jack to fold, which you're beating. Queen, jack. Maybe get a hand like jacks. Queens, I don't know. Dicey stuff. And that's how we've lost so many players, Vidor.
That's what I was thinking too. Maybe that's emblematic of what is going on the outer tables. Takahiro, by the way, was one of the more accomplished Japanese players on the table, over $500,000 in live earnings. GG, sir. Bold play there at the river, to say the least.
Bye-bye.
Coming.
Oh, you have
Yeah,
low?
Justin Fairbanks, by the way, in chat, correcting me, I believe. Maeda was the one who open folded queens on the final table. Interesting. Basically, lots of ICM pressure coming into play there. And I think lots of ICM bubble pressure should come into play. With about maybe 50 or so more eliminations, and things will really be approaching the business end. Oh my, look at this. The trap was laid by Danny with pocket kings. And Julian takes the bait with the absolute rags.
95.
Danny can continue to trap. Julian could be in trouble. This is partly the reason you see people raising absolute rags in the big blind. If they get played back at, they can fold quite easily.
It's the second time Danny's trapped in this setup. Small blind v big blind against Julian. It's the second time that's going to work. As once again comes for the limp raise. So according to Google, poker has been around since 1829. It started in New Orleans by French settlers. But what I want to know is, like, did it really start in 1829? Because if it was started in New Orleans by French settlers, the obvious question is, well, where did they learn it from? Was it a game that they were playing in France? The game involved bluffing your way to a win, or bets originally called pokers, which was similar to today's draw poker.
Look at this. Kings now for Julian, who just faced them in the hands of Danny. Could look like a squeeze. Yuki raised 7,000. Button called. A classic squeeze spot. Both the late position ranges should be pretty wide. Julian can make this look like a bluff. And wow, Gu is the one who actually wakes up with one of the few holdings that can consider calling. I suspect Danny and Yuki would have been out of the hand.
Way too much action in front of him for the ace-jack, I feel like. Just has to pitch it. Has players back, or behind rather. Little pick up there for Julian.
Well, coming back to our discussion, Henry, as we were talking about you going back to the 70s, taking on the best. Now, this might apply to a lot of sports, of course, especially mind sports, including the likes of chess, etc., where we figure out more and more about the game, particularly over the past couple of decades. Usually, some sort of computing comes into the mix. But my question is, don't you think if you were the best player, using modern poker theory, what really separated the best guys at the time, the Doyle Brunsons, the Buggy Pearsons, is that they would learn from the best. Like, they would actually start adapting to what you were doing.
I hear what you're saying.
Amazing poker minds.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I just don't know. Don't know if I give people that much credit. Like, we're talking 5 decades of the game evolving into what it is today compared to then. Expecting people to be able to download 5 years worth of data and game evolution. I don't know, man.
Maybe it would be like Back to the Future, where he leaves the almanac behind in the past. You could just leave behind some pre-flop charts, some GTO ranges. Whoever finds it would become the richest poker player of all time. I think we discussed this, perhaps not with you, Henry, but it was right around the time that the news finally came out that Doyle Brunson had indeed passed away. R.I.P., of course, to the godfather of poker. And I remember hearing how, when those guys were the true rounders, going around playing poker in various states in the United States, when they didn't have anything to do, they were just sitting in their motel room, trying to figure out the game, trying to become better, trying to basically come up with winning strategies while their opponents were just trying to gamble it up. The way they actually tried to figure out probabilities, because they didn't have the education and the mathematical background to just compute it on a piece of paper, they'd actually deal out the deck to see how often something came out. Running IRL sims.
So they did like a bunch of napkin mathematics, or?
I think Doyle Brunson mentioned how he was one of the few poker players at the time who even had any education. So they did not have access to knowing how to at least confidently do napkin mathematics. And the way they would actually confirm everything was to actually just deal out the deck, like running sims repeatedly, seeing what kind of flops came, how many times a flush came in. All these things we take for granted now. How often does an ace appear?
I like that. Story checks out. One of the greatest of all time. Way ahead of the curve. Even until, you know, the last years of his career was rocking it up in Bobby's room. Holding his own against some of the greatest modern day players.
Well, he had one of the best full tilt poker ads of all time, and I remember the closing line was, "You don't stop playing because you get old because you stop playing." Lived up to that till his dying day. Some Japanese support coming in chat, by the way, for Suga. Multi-way situation getting a bit escalated here. Wataru took a stab in position with King Queen suited. Yuki surely continues with the pocket eights.
No justice in
Wataru
poker.
just- Yeah, exactly. Easy life. Just clips top pair. Still in position, of course. Completely up to him how he wants to navigate. He's 95% to take this hand down. No value. Just goes check, check. Just no doubt worried about the jack, and then eventually with the ace. Just check behind. Gains 38,000 in chips. Second in chips on this table now. After the new player joining us, by the way, with a massive stack. Cheng has come in with 440,000, I believe.
Massive. Gotta be one of the chip leaders in the room.
Yeah, definitely.
How are we 90 hands into today? It's insane how fast we've been getting through the hands and losing players. We're just 60 off the money, Vidor. 135
That's
places
crazy.
paid. And we're not even at the end of level 4.
Mind you, break after this level.
Right.
And sometimes I like to remind people that as incredible as our structure is, if you were to notice, the big blind went from 1,600 to 2,000 to 2,500 and then 3,000. We do have a big level jump coming. It goes from 3,000 to 4,000. Doesn't feel like much, but it is the blind going up by 33%.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So suddenly, your stacks are cut effectively by 25%. Can feel quite different if you're rocking a shorter stack at the moment. We'll worry about that when it comes. For now, at this level, the new chip leader joining the table has found pocket nines in the small blind, has raised. Wataru has pocket sevens. Off to the flop. or try and set mine. Well, a set indeed, but for Cheng with the pocket nines, Wataru drawing close to dead, just has some backdoor equity. And how do you proceed from here? He's absolutely smashed the board. A 5 and a 3 are unlikely in the range of his opponent. Is this a spot you check, or you stay balanced and fire that small continuation bet?
Yes. An interesting one, right? You just have the board so locked. Does continue. Don't think Wataru will be going anywhere. Two of the larger stacks. Another undercard. To Wataru's pocket sevens. May get sticky once more. Wow. Cheng getting tricky. And it's just gotten from bad to worse. The flop top set. Some of the ace high floats. Now finding the runner will. Fortunately for Cheng, Wataru has sevens rather than the ace X with a backdoor. One of the downsides to getting tricky on the turn as well, by the way, is allowing that free equity. Imagine he's just like let a hand like ace 10 of clubs get there, you know?
Would be brutal, and not to mention it's one of the few runouts that could actually provide a path for Cheng to even not win this hand if Wataru truly decided to represent something. He does have pocket sevens after all, so could easily have pocket sixes.
Oh. Oh.
There it is. As though I manifested it.
Would you raise with an ace though? That's what I want to know.
Oh, it's a tiny raise though is the problem. Only 32k more for Cheng to call. It is convincing, which is to say that perhaps an ace would milk in this fashion. Try to eke out that extra bit of value. But Cheng would need to show some insane discipline, considering he has way north of 100 big blinds. I think Wataru could have gone a little bit bigger, since he does seem to know that he's bluffing here.
What bluffs would you give?
He's telling
Wataru though.
Yeah, I was about to say, he is telling a compelling story though with that sizing. If we could not see the cards, we could not come up with a combination that would play like this without having at least an ace. After all, with the 3-bet from the small blind, Cheng could easily be the one with the ace. Let's think about it. Continuation bet the flop, check the turn, and bet the river. All makes sense. So for Wataru to be raising that range... Wow, Cheng just makes a reluctant call and gets the good news.
That's really
Very,
unfortunate for Wataru there. I mean, I think it was a stellar attempt. I think Cheng getting a bit stationary there, in my opinion.
I certainly agree. It's just tough to fold top set. With 4 to a straight on the board and that fascinating race on the river. Cheng could have found a way. As it happens, he ended up making a correct call. Was ahead. Ends up adding more to his monster stack.
Wataru getting busy immediately. Finds the ace-jack off. Masahiro has the same hand, the suited variety. Defends in the small blind, and Yuki. Queen deuce off, no problem. Only 3,000 to call. Comes along for the right, and what do you know? Actually flops best. But 2 diamonds and the pair from Masahiro, who's absolutely smashed this board. Check to 4th Street, and a deuce. Queen's up now for Yuki and Masahiro. Ace-jack of diamonds. Feeling fairly comfortable. Leads out.
The Queen deuce defend is wild.
Quick all in. 34,000 to call, 75k in the middle. Way too much of a hand to consider folding. If he could see the cards, he'd actually call. He's getting the right price. Does it anyway. Well, Henry, we've said it before. Too many outs, perhaps?
This one feels like the right amount. Ace, jack, or a diamond needed. Not to be. The Queen deuce gets the double. And number 91. Off the money. That is the plan today. Play down to the money.
We've lost over half the players we started the day with. As we approach the end of this 4th level. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, that really is. 200 shattered dreams. So many hopeful players coming back to today. So many just busted texts sent as well. That's the most heartbreaking thing. Is having to text the homies that you're not going to win the main event.
Winning the main event here at APT Incheon once again to remind all of you. Good for over $250,000 US, 260 odd thousand. Second place. No joke. Almost 160,000. That's gonna be a fun heads up, eh, Henry? $100,000 heads up.
That's pretty insane. How many binds is that? Someone do the math.
Maybe
more than 50.
55.
Yeah.
11,000.
100k heads up match in a $1,700 buy-in. There are $1,700 buy-in tournaments that don't even have 100k for first, let alone for a heads up match.
And by the way, having had the privilege of covering the last 3 APT main events, I think, if I'm not mistaken, not one of them had a deal.
I think you're right.
People just playing it out.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Where do you stand on deals, by the way? Personally in favor? Like if you were on the final table? And what about as a commentator?
I'm just in favor all round. I think it's the players' money. You know, they're the ones that bought in. Let them make deals. I think mandatory that you leave some to play for, obviously, not just the trophy, but some money to play for. And I also think from a commentary point of view, we love it because chips then go flying in the middle once deals have been made.
We did have a deal in the Superstar Challenge. That's a $10,000 buy-in. I believe everybody walked away with at least $130,000. A three-way deal, by the way. Incredible outing for all the final tablists, particularly those three. And after that, as you correctly said, Henry, chips start flying about. And what do you know? The person who was last in chips when the deal was made ends up winning it all.
And
This
you
creates
said
a whole
they
new
left
dynamic.
some? They left some up top?
They did indeed. 10% of the remaining prize pool, which at the time equaled about $250,000. Or sorry, 250 total. So maybe 10% of the remaining 150,000 after the minimum amount locked up, and they played for the extra 15.
What is going on here? I just keep getting thrown curveball after curveball.
Oh my. The float.
I mean, we might just play down to the final table today at this rate.
Well, you floated with Jack high in position. Now your opponent decides to check. When the board pairs up once more, time to fire. Nice sizing too. Could get called by ace highs perhaps, but king high seems a bit too wide to continue here. Yuki is currently perfectly representing having a 10.
What is going on?
Julian is not a believer.
This is just next. And again, and again, this is exactly what happened against Danny.
Oh,
wow,
he's
he's going to be fuming.
Sick news.
He's going to be fuming. That's twice now. He is correctly called down with the high card, and his opponents have hit their danglers. You can see him shaking his head a bit, signs of frustration. I don't think I've ever
so
seen anything
curious.
quite like it.
Yeah, I really do wonder what Yuki would have done if he did not clip that pair.
Just has to wave the white flag, right?
I don't know, man. If there's anything we've learned over the past couple of hours, you never need to wave the white flag. You can always just go for it. And thinking back to that elimination we saw with Takahiro, just getting it in with that ace-4.
Couple of suited aces. You know they love their suited aces in this part of the world. Case in point. Wataru's a bit of a, you know, he's been mixing it up, getting involved.
Oh, absolutely. I was going to point out Cheng, of course, firstly, the monster stack that he brought to the table and managed to increase. Also, $600,000 in live earnings. No spring chicken.
Wow, Wataru's just found the 4-bet. Bravo, sir. It's a sizable one at that. Takes it down pre. Wataru's earned my respect. I hope he does a bust. Love to see a deep run from someone that's just willing to step outside the box. Be unpredictable and tough to play against.
Well, I hope no one busts, Henry.
Well, then
I
we'll
support
be
everyone.
here all day.
With these group of excellent players, these mensches, I'd be happy to be here all day. I only say this because I know the outer tables are busting like flies, of course.
17,000. 1 for 4. 3 for 4.
Just never know what to expect. Look at this. I mean, Masahiro. It's like, you know what? Let's see a flop. And why not see the 6-5-3 board? 41 in the middle. Check it on over to Yuki. Look, he's getting the check raise ready.
10,000. Loaded.
Well, that's the check raise.
That is wild. It's absolutely crushing this board. Open ender, 1 over. Of course, would not be good. Finds the check raise. Very likely to go through. It is painful. Suited ace king. Backdoor flush draw to boot. Start convincing yourself your opponent would be doing this with some sort of a draw. But with the exception of this, let's just call it the unconventional hand that Masahiro is in the mix with under the gun +2. A 4 with a high card. Most draws have just so much equity against you as well. Pair outs will be good as well.
Yeah, I think it's a call though in theory. I really do.
Of course, that's partly because of the pot odds being offered 2-1, but flicks it in style into the mark. How's that for cheeky?
Firstly, the pill pre-flop. Secondly, just finding the check jam.
So guys, during the break, we will bring this table to table 10 back.
Just hearing the floor come over and say during the break. I'm going to get a fresh table in.
Of course, we get a heads up about the next feature table coming in, thanks to the 30-minute delay. Wait a second, let me pause. I just see aces in the mix. And these two have been tangoing a bit, and a trap in the cutoff. Little does Julian know, Danny Tang does have a relative premium. Likely could have tangoed further with a 3-bet. Now an awkward situation, going 3-way to the flop.
Yeah, I guess given that he's
Pretty
just
clean
got
board.
14 bigs,
7,000.
wants to have more traps at this stack depth. And that's gonna peel one off. 190. How are we 55 off the money? Someone explain this to me.
Insane.
85.
Danny is literally...
Giving
I mean, he
himself
has
a
his
massage.
back to his opponent. He's giving himself a massage. Not very often on a poker table that somebody has their literal back to you. Thinking this one through. If you want to get sticky, the bet is tiny.
Let's let it go. Yeah, of course. Coming up to a break, so perhaps just winding down the clock a bit. Looking to head into that 15-minute break.
As I was mentioning, speaking of the break, once again we will be swapping out the feature table. Get a new set of contenders into the under the lights into the mix. We'll be joined by some familiar faces. Nevin from Taiwan, a big force at the APT event in Da Nang. A huge following thanks to the poker channel he runs with his wife in Mandarin, I believe. Punat Punsri, main event winner from APT Taipei. Superstar poker player from Thailand. On the table as well as some other APT regulars from Japan, Junichi, I believe. Should be a fun one.
See Danny leaving the table.
All right, so players, please have to turn. We're going on break.
We are heading into break. Wataru with the 3-bet. Wataru's really been getting after it. See what Gu wants to do here. This is cut-off v button. They are incredibly deep, of course. 60 bigs effective.
The 15-minute break has been announced, but of course, we have to see what happens in this hand. Does Gu want to continue the fight, or is he tempted to just pitch it in and get that break? Sometimes there's that added break fold equity.
There's definitely
Players
that.
are utilizing that.
There's definitely the Wataru effect as well.
Could be. We are 54 players away from the money at the end of level 4 here. Playing down to 135.
Yeah, when you say it like that, it's just 54 away. All in. Triangle dealer.
Are you manifesting it or?
I think so. I think the longer he tanks, he's got something planned. Yeah.
Nailed it.
So I have some of that Wataru. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we find ourselves 54 players off the money bubble, just 4 levels into the day. No, what?
Oh my word. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we find ourselves 54 players off the money bubble today.
Wataru.
I've lost count. Is that a 5-bet jam with the king queen off?
We're playing poker in 2012 all over again. Wataru is my new favorite player. I want him to win the tournament, or at least make the final table. One of the early storylines emerging from this main event has just shown so much heart in a couple of big spots already.
The speed as well. So convincing.
It's like
Pocket
he was
queens, pocket
anticipating
kings. Yeah, I think he just utilized the time that Gu was taking to decide what he would do.
I'm just gonna rip it in this guy's face.
17, 18, oh, sorry. 19, 19 and 500.
Well, I mean, we've 4-bet. We're never calling. Just getting an official count.
No, it's 19. Oh, 189. 189 and 500.
What do you think about that, chat? Not very often you'll see this level of insanity. Mind you, we're getting close to the bubble. Wataru, as Stephen Lai likes to say, doesn't give a flop.
Oh my word. Please, can we not make that a thing?
I've been restraining myself for a while.
My cringe radar just went through the roof. Doesn't give a flop, eh?
Crazy 5-betting Japanese style says feeling good in chat. Is that so? Is this the Japanese special? What's he thinking? I block queens, I block kings, I block ace king, I block ace queen. Well then what are you gonna call me with? Here's all of it.
This hand has taken a lot longer than I anticipated, given the pre-flop holdings. As the ace-jack hits the mark, Wataru takes one down, and we're going to head into break. Don't go too far, and when we come back, more action from the Asian Poker Tour main event, day 2 coverage from Incheon here in Korea.
Alright guys, go ahead and take your seats, yeah?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm kidding. I don't mind.
Six of hearts. No.
Yeah,
Wait.
cover.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Very warm welcome back. We are live once more from Incheon here in South Korea. Level 5, would you believe, of day 2 of this main event. And looking at the amount of entries left in the field, you perhaps think that we've been here for 7 or 8 levels, given that we are just 50 players or so off the money. Plan today, of course, is to play into the money. Then the players will bag and tag, come back tomorrow and play down to the final table. Had 930 hopefuls in this one. The champion will be walking away with 261,000. There you go, 189 left. Min cash of $2,700. Average stack hovering around about 50 bigs or so. Just shy, and we've already seen chips go flying in when we haven't expected it. You can see the total prize pool smashing the $1 million guarantee as well. 1.4 million collected here. 930 entries, 189 left, 135 places paid. Level 5, let's go.
Welcome back from the break, Henry. I cannot stop thinking about the very last hand we witnessed as we went into the break, in fact spilt over through a huge chunk of that break. The King Queen 5-bet bluff jam, getting it through. What a pity to lose what was a very exciting table, but of course it comes with its own excitement as we introduce 8 new players to the feature table and to you all, including some of the legends of the APT and the Thai circuit. Punat Punstri comes to mind. Of course, it's going to be always high stakes when you're trying to defend your main event title for Punat. Always fun to watch him play. I was mentioning Yu Chung Chang from Taiwan, goes by Nevin. It's going to be seat 5 on the table. Made it deep into the main event final table at Da Nang. Had a huge following, I have to say, in the chat, thanks perhaps to his YouTube accomplishments. A content creator alongside his wife. Looking forward to some additional support from the Taiwanese contingent in the chat perhaps. As we take a look at the beautiful side of day 2 and some of the other side events
happening out on the floor at the Paradise City Casino.
There he is, Brugman. Yeah, really getting an overview of all the different tables. Let's wait for the players waiting to get mic'd up. Clock is ticking.
In all honesty, I would suspect that the feature table does run a tad slower than the rest of the event.
Yeah.
Of course, you can see the dealer mic'd up, the RFID card readers in the mix so that we can get the graphics and the cards up on our side. Many other factors as well. But of course, I would assume a small price to pay on the feature table, be featured across the globe. Tell your friends and family, and have this memorabilia for life, really, of yourself playing at one of the highest stages of global poker.
Big blind 4K now. See what Punat can do. Already knows how to close out one of these events.
There's Nevin from Taiwan. Final table domain at our very last stop in Da Nang. And then
Did he
shipped
really?
one of the single day high rollers.
Okay. There's so much talent out here, man, that I'm just not aware of. Really looking forward to getting to know some of these players over the next few stops.
Nevin approaching 900,000 USD in lifetime earnings. Looking to cross the $1 million mark with this main event perhaps, or the series as a whole.
Let's check call. Inside straight draw. Remains unimproved on the 7 of hearts turn. See what Punat wants to do here. Nut middle pair on the flop. Unblocking all of the straight draws and flush draws. Bar the ace, queen, ace 10. Well, I think ace, queen we can remove. Improves to 2 pair on the river. Queen 10 does get there. Frontal spades also getting there. Nevin with just queen high.
You best believe Nevin knows who Punat Punstri is.
Wow. Goes to a pot size bet on the river after turn. When check check and puts through with the 1 chip flick in.
Yeah, 2 pair.
Okay, well maybe this is the table. Vidor, maybe this is the table where we just see. I was about to say players getting after it, but we've already seen that, so maybe the show will just continue.
I'll take it. The show continuing. You're talking about the talent on the table. Ishida Yuri, I believe, would be her name on the screen at the moment. Or is it perhaps Yuri Ishida? Forgive me. $650,000 in total live earnings. Very, very accomplished player from Japan. 20th in Japan's all-time money list. I'm guessing one of the top women in that list for sure.
Very impressive.
And coming off a fresh win of the women's event. We had two, of course, in this series. Winning the women's event 2 days ago.
No, it's okay. 13 counts because it increases by 4 and by 5.
Can call.
It's a race.
It's a race, right? That's right, right?
13.
It's 13, right?
Wait, what? Yamahita's raised the king 6-0 from +2.
Okay then. Calls the 3-bet as well.
Yeah, I mean, that feels mandatory because it was a misclick. I just don't understand. Like, please explain the logic. You look down at king 6 offsuit and you've got 22 bigs. And you're like, you know what? I'm in. Count me in. Wow. I'm starting to question the RFID reader. To be perfectly honest
Henry,
with you.
How's this for logic? The man won $28,000 yesterday at the single-day high roller bounty. Might have pulled some bounties as well. Or clipped some bounties, I should say. Total price, $28,000. When you're hot, you're hot.
How?
Wow.
There's clearly some next level poker going on out in Japan, and I think it's going to be the next destination for me to fly to, based on what we've seen so far today.
Well, usually when people say that, what they mean is get me into the game because players are making too many mistakes. The aggression of the Japanese contingent, that's not one I want to be facing. I'm happy to be commentating over it, I'll tell you that. I do not want to be on a table where the king, queen, 5 bets me all in. The 8s just know they're ahead, semi-bluff. Incredible stuff.
What is it? Is it just the TV table effect, perhaps? People just taking their 15 minutes of fame to make a big name for themselves.
Maybe it's just Japan. Maybe poker's just developed differently over there.
Maybe there's something in the air or in the water. In the veggies.
Maybe it's the sushi.
Mate,
All
there
of
we
us
go.
have off-brand sushi.
There we go.
The Japanese, they're having the good stuff, the real stuff, the OG, the best of the best.
Yeah, you found it.
Makes you make amazing poker plays. By the way, Henry, I know you've come down to India, although you visited one particular district. As you might remember, a huge population of vegetarians in India. every restaurant needs to have an extensive vegetarian menu, including sushi restaurants. So I have a lot of vegetarian friends, culturally, perhaps religiously, or by choice vegetarian, and they swear that sushi is their favorite food.
Oh yeah.
In case any Japanese people are listening, I'm sorry to have to even say that out loud. I'm sure it's considered blasphemy. But there you go. How's that for a cultural export from Japan?
Vegetarian
sushi.
How does that even work?
It talks like sushi, it looks like sushi, it acts like sushi. It just isn't sushi.
Nah, not allowing it. What do they replace the fish with?
I think they come up with interesting concoctions. Of course, avocado roll is pretty popular in California as well.
Pick up the avocado rolls. 50 off the money. Would you believe? So I think what's likely to happen then, for 50 off the money, is these two levels, this frame here, should get us down to 10 off the money basically, like the bubble.
Perhaps, as you mentioned, about 49 big blinds was the average coming into this level. I do suspect the pace of play has to slow down at some point as we start approaching the bubble. 10 seems pretty close, considering we'll have, let's do the math, maybe 15 tables running during the bubble, if not more. But I do think this is going to be the key level. We mentioned already how there was a slightly bigger than usual increment, going from 3,000 to 4,000 big blind.
Yeah,
it's also time for the big stacks to get active, start putting pressure to whoever they perceive might really value that min cash. Punat perhaps doing exactly that, getting in the mix, king 10 off, and Junichi going a bit passive with the ace queen, respecting the under the gun +1 opening range of Punat. Ishida, on the other hand, respecting nothing. Fresh off the win of the ladies event, super accomplished player has jammed the fours. Junichi had the under-repped ace queen off.
Wow. Feels like a bit of a nit roll. This is for 16 bigs, right?
Yep.
There's been a lot of spots like this today. I don't know what it is. Perhaps it's just a cultural thing. You don't want to like snap call someone and then they feel disrespected, you know? Maybe it's the other way round in Japan.
Could be. Could be. I like that theory. I do think it was marginal considering he didn't raise it pre-flop.
Yeah,
Maybe he was thinking of it as a drawing holding.
That's why I think it's more of a snap call, is because you're just so under-repped pre. Fun turn card. Yuri finds the hold. Let's go. To 145k.
Nice.
There you go, double up, camera in your face. 36 bigs now. And you're right, that blind level increase really has made things a bit dicey for some players.
182 players remaining. We're down to about 20% of the entries. Talk about being in the business end, at least for this day 2.
Vido, I'm just looking at the screenshot you sent me of the food that you ordered. I hope it's food, but it's from Starbucks. What did you order, you absolute whale? And why is it food from Starbucks?
No, it's just coffee, thankfully. I'm on a caffeine diet at the moment.
Okay. Story checks out. See, King 10 just hit the mark from the small blind. Yeah. We're out here raising it up with King 6-0. Check calling on 10-10-7. Leading turn. I'm confused.
I like it. Keep it coming. King deuce, by the way. Making top and bottom pair.
Yeah, what do I know? King 10 would have been showered.
Small blind there. Perhaps averting disaster. Yuri running hot. Fresh off winning that all in. Surviving the flip. Could appear like she's playing the rush, but Choi does not have much to fight back. Another one goes her way. Comfortable middle stack now.
It's a massive Thai poker community emerging, especially this year. Mainly due to that man on your screens right there. Just burst onto the high roller scene with a victory in the Triton Super High Roller Series main event. His efforts alongside some of his fellow countrymen. Storytelling through vlogs and Instagram stories and TikToks. It's really growing the game out there.
That does remind me, Henry. Of course, Justin Fairbanks in chat, always keeping up to date with tons of info, but he has been pushing us. Unfortunately, I've been too busy in the booth, but to check out this documentary on the Thai poker scene. He said is out there on YouTube with English subtitles. Surely would be of interest to you as well, once both of us get some time.
I'm featured in that documentary, so
there you go.
I'll let you watch it.
Figured you'd be in there.
Nah, I'm joking. I don't know if I am.
40.
14, right?
Yes.
6 8 14,000.
Chang continuing for 2/3. Living it from +1. Certainly leverage. It's overpair advantage, of course. But I've got to just check call. 2 overs, gut shot, 10 outs, clean. That's not one of them. Go and check. Off the Chang 10 top pair is allowed to put out to river a pair of 8s, so may well think he has the best hand. DK in the middle.
Battle number 2 between these two, I believe.
8-9. 2
And let's not forget, the players
I want you to think a little bit longer.
obviously get cycled into our feature table, but likely have developed decent history playing with each other since the start of day 2.
As a first sense of we can everything. Sometimes draw, sometimes not draw. Try to draw.
Yeah, I think he had the best hand there. Just heard a little bit of a recollection of the first hand that Chang played against him. Tried to bluff. Kind of pointed to the cameras and the fact that they're at the TV table, and it's really impossible to tell in the booth, you know, how people perceive the TV table. You always often get two types: the types that just go absolutely batshit crazy, trying to make as many hands as possible for the highlight reel, and then you get the opposite side of the spectrum, those that just play incredibly tight, kind of fearful of making mistakes.
Well, on the last table we knew which way the players leaned. That wasn't that difficult to tell. We're still figuring out this new set of players at the moment. Toshio has been quiet so far. 3 bets with the ace queen, early position. Nevin has pocket 10s under the gun open. Has to be mindful. The 3 betting range under the gun +2 off the under the gun open should be narrower than most. Just the call. Proceeds with caution. Wants to evaluate on the flop. Queen right in the window. King and a queen on the flop. Nevin, Chang, that is on the screen. Not feel too comfortable. Toshio immediately starts sizing out a continuation bet. Certainly has a range advantage given the way the action has gone. And the king high board. Nevin manages to lose the minimum. Lets it go.
Just 40 off the money. Would you believe? I still can't believe it. I've been commentating since the start of day 2. So we find ourselves here in Korea, Incheon to be precise.
So long.
Main event day 2 coverage. We've got 3 days of this. Into the money today, down to the final 2 tables tomorrow, and then Saturday we'll be crowning ourselves a champion. We'll be wrapping up the series with high roller action on Sunday. Wait, what? No, I'm now starting to think that people are just image building.
Play the rush, Henry, play the rush. Doyle Brunson said you win one hand. You're at your peak adrenaline. You're making the best decisions. Now one could argue that portion of it. But you play the next one. Your opponents are more fearful of you. Play the rush.
Oh man, look. I love Doyle. When Doyle said that, I think he was talking more so about like 7-8 suited, 9-7 suited, and these like suited one gappers, not 10-4 offsuit from +1.
It is a bit out of line, but
a bit.
There we go. Same opponent.
A bit out of line. You need to re-look at the definition of what a bit means. This is about 17 pips too wide. But he's going to find a way to win it by the looks of things. I mean, he's flopped a gut shot, ace high board, open from +1.
Well, let me be the first to admit that from this point onwards, at this main event here, at the APT Incheon, every time I see the Japanese flag next to the name of a player, color me excited.
$38K in the middle now. We have a mandatory triple. Like, there's the double. And that should be the hand over and done with. Play the rush, I guess. I mean, I'm here for it. That's how you acquire that many chips. Bit of a post-mortem being muttered by Jang.
Another quick reminder perhaps of what's at stake. Of course, we have mentioned 261,000 US dollars to first place. That's 346 million Korean won. 210 million is the second place prize in Korean won. That's good for 160,000 USD and 111,000 USD for third place. Going all the way down to the min cash, 135 people will be in the money. Min cash good for 3.7 million KRW Korean won. That's about 2,700 USD. Not a bad return for your efforts, but things start getting serious as you start approaching those 20th place, 15th place finishes. Of course, the final table, we have a soft final table as usual, 9-handed. That's going to be 25 million Korean won. Once again, quite a good payday for putting in 1,750 USD. Is that a national anthem? Should we stand up in the background?
Yeah, what is going on?
Some wild action from the two players on your screen at the moment. Of course, playing the rush to the next level with the 10-4. And Yuri did get fairly busy for a couple of hands after she found that double up. Now Masato, Henry, the mask and the bucket hat.
Strong combo.
I see almost no part of her face, even from the front angle. At what point do you just
put the
say
goggles
screw
on
it and just full face covering?
Nobody.
We go for the Chewbacca mask.
You have a hand, man.
Oh, in Da Nang, by the way, out of nowhere, a full-face chicken mask came on when we were heads up for the high roller.
No, that's not allowed. I'm glad I wasn't there.
Oh, you would have hated it. And you know what? The high roller ended up running so late that a lot of the APT management had actually left by then.
Yeah.
This is, of course, on the final day.
Yeah.
As a result, the guy just got away with it. And here we are commentating in the booth. Hundreds of thousands of dollars being played for. And the poor opponent has to face down the guy in the chicken mask. And what do you know? Chicken mask guy won it all.
Yeah, wouldn't have happened. I would have gone out. I would have got out the booth and asked him to remove it. You need to stick your heels in, Vidor.
Come on, Henry. Can't be the fun police. Let them cook.
168 left. Everyone's just
That's
speed running today. They're just like, you know what? There's a players' party to get to, which doesn't start until 9:30, by the way. 4 hours from now.
Yeah, but you got a pregame.
There we go. Get the shots in.
A proper hand this time. Toshio. 3 bets and takes it down.
So just 33 off the money now. Plan is to play into the money.
Two fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 6 fold.
Rags all around.
7 fold. 8 fold.
Button lets the king high go as well. There we go. Ace 10 in the small blind. Time to figure out what small blind strategy Yuri came in with.
1 fold.
Oh, never mind. The stack in the big blind is absolutely tiny. Tatsuki forced to fold. Queen 2 suited, frankly, could have considered calling it off if you're in the gambling mood. 2 of his 6 big blinds were already in the middle. He decides to wait after all. He gets 7 almost free hands. Try and get his chips into the middle, perhaps in a more favorable situation. Tough to have a lot of fold equity though with 4 big blinds.
3 fold. 4 fold.
Damien in chat asks, where can I see remaining players? Damien, just go to apt.poker. You will be able to access the excellent live reporting done by our live reporting team. All around the floor, keeping an eye on all the outer tables.
8 fold. 5 fold.
Shinichi. About 16 bigs. Gets it in late position with the pocket 7s. Should get this one through. Great result.
Yeah, one of those ones 30 off the money where taking it to the streets post flop gets a bit dicey. Just ripping it in. 19 bigs in a dream. mean, if we get... I was about to say, like, if we get into the money by, like, the 6th level of play, an hour and a half from now, is there ever a world in which Neil Johnson, our president, turns around and says, you know what, let's play 2 more levels? But that's not possible, because obviously tomorrow the players that qualified online are going to be merging into the field. That
Yeah, I
wouldn't be
think
possible.
if we get into the money on level 6 or level 7 for that matter, I think Neil is just going to congratulate everyone, ask them to attend the players party, get some free booze.
Yeah.
Come in fresh tomorrow, battle it out. Win for everyone. By the way, the free booze, underrated aspect of the APT. So many poker tournaments I've attended. Free booze is not readily available at most of them. But here we are.
What if you're allergic to wheat?
Oh. Like, rye? Rye whiskey? That's made from rye, not wheat, right? There we go.
There we go.
Bourbon?
Wait, so did I just absolutely mug myself off? Is wheat not used at all?
I'm out of my depth as well, but I have a feeling.
I feel like for
So
some
are you.
craft beers.
No, there's definitely wheat in beers, yeah.
Oh,
that's
okay.
true.
All right. Cool.
Liquid bread. That's how beer came about. Action, by the way, here. Considering.
Yeah. The main event champ. Just somehow getting there, you know. What could have been a car crash on the flop. Both players flopping top pair. Pensfish just backed into the straight. There you have it. 40k in the middle. Wants to start building the pot himself now. He does. Looks like he's reaching down at chips. Janichi now. Deep in the tank for reasons known to me. Maybe a bit of stalling. They are closing in on the money. Maybe it's the main event champion effect up against someone like Punat. Just so capable, though it feels like on this run out, less likely. Also feels like we lose some of the bluffs. Does eventually pitch it. Well, Panathan in the chat saying Punat to the final. Certainly a possibility. Justin Fairbank saying Katoka has put in 5 bullets so far. Why wouldn't he put it in with a 10-4? How do you know that? 5 bullets. Sounds like me on a good day. I believe I put in I want to say 13%, 14% of the prize pool in the PLO high-low. Not my finest hour, I'll admit. But I had fun, nonetheless.
9, 8,000.
Justin Fairbanks saying they have the player list on the website. They actually spelled your last name wrong. Well, thankfully, I don't care. But I will be speaking to the people in charge. Justin, don't you worry. See if Fury makes the call here. It's only 16.5k. There you have it. Yamahita is dominated and all in. Just 28 off the money. Gonna need some help from the deck. Need a cowboy or some hearts. And wow, it doesn't get much bleaker than that. No heart in sight. Drawing to 2 outs twice. And now drawing to just 1 king. King of clubs needed. Doesn't find it. And with that, Yamahita going to be going home just shy of the money. Now just 25 away. Okay, I see what we're talking about now, Justin. Let me find this this PLO high-low event that I fired bullets in. Full results. Oh, I can't find it. Can find the payouts.
7, 8, 9, 8. Two, 4. 3, 4. 4.
14.
8,000. Six calls.
Oh, Vidal back just in time, my man. As we find ourselves 25 off the money.
Crazy.
It really
That
is. I mean,
crazy.
I don't know. I feel like this has to be. We're gonna have the longest bubble ever.
Well, you never know. I mean, things have been so unpredictable in the lead up. We're definitely going to have to figure out the mystery of how this is happening. Meanwhile, the
How
Jin
about
card
for a token?
for action. Jackson deuces for Nevin. And the player whose face we have no idea about, Masato. The nut flush draw. Might think hitting an ace would be good as well. The obvious straight draw has come in, but very unlikely, of course. Blind versus blind. Anything can happen. What's that old rule of thumb, Henry, that you should never allow yourself to get busted? Blind versus blind or something like that? Need to be careful. There's the raise. Sato simply cannot fold. Does have some implied odds. Would be out of position. Might find it tough to get paid if and when she does hit the flush, but having to call 25,000 more, getting 2.5 to 1. Can certainly talk herself into it.
Oh, here we go. Chang has been very involved. Looking to fade a diamond. Does precisely that. Gotta pick up some vital chips. They're dropping like, look, 157 left, 22 off the money.
Wow. Meanwhile, Masato's given up. I suspect an easy value bet. And perhaps a quick fold. 22 off the money, Henry. 157 players, meaning 20 tables out there. Just about one elimination per table. And the day is done. Nevin taking his time. Probably determining what size to go for. All of it?
Yeah. I think we want to go polar here. The turn obviously bring in the flush draw as well as a couple of gut shots. Could be getting crazy. Some 4x, 5x. Also value to be had from top pair. If his opponent did have a hand like Jack X, maybe a slow played overpair.
Not this time. On to the next one. Tokyo. Leading start. 83 bigs in his stack. So not 62, very comfortable at the moment. Of course, these monster stacks now. And comfortably close into money. If they so choose. Of course, when you have a huge stack on the money bubble, time to start wheeling and dealing, putting pressure on those who are attempting to cash, using that ultimate ICM pressure of going home with something rather than nothing, and really put yourself in a great position after the money bubble. Thought about it. King 9 from the hijack. Lets it go. There's something about Punat's posture, by the way. I've seen him on multiple
I love
streams. I just find it so intimidating, really.
I also think it's why he has kind of made a big name for himself, you know? Out of the younger generation, just it's the entire package. He has the results, he's polite, he has the table presence. Teaching these young kids to have good posture. A reminder to all of us.
I'm sitting up a little bit straighter, just looking at it. So thank you for that, Punat.
It does remind you, doesn't it? It's just like, he's doing it. That's something I don't know.
62.
Oh my.
Whoa. Credit to Masato for making the fearless 3-bet, of course. Late position open, 9s on the button. Going after it makes a lot of sense.
20 off the money
54 or something? Oh, 62, you're right. 38,000 more to call. This is it, that pressure we were just talking about.
You know, Masato's 50 bigs effective at the start of the hand comfortably make it into the money, one would assume, unless there's some sick cooler queens v kings kind of nonsense. And Punat just correctly deducing that, hey, you can make it into the money with a healthy stack. Are you really willing to play a 400k pot here?
What a beast. Absolutely bulldozing his way into winning that pot. Turning Queen Jack off into a 4-bet bluff. Some wows in chat. I could not agree more.
That's how you win main event titles, Vidor. I don't know if you got your notepad out. I got mine open. It's like push people around on the bubble.
By the way, another exciting part about perhaps the soon upcoming bubble coverage is our production team tries to capture as much of the action on the outer tables as possible leading up to the bubble, and then of course, as we mentioned, Neil Johnson going around emceeing the bubble, so to speak, when we're hand for hand. Whichever table does actually have an all-in, our camera quickly arrives and we get to cover it in real time. It's gonna be fun as we're only 19 players away from the bubble.
2-4. Relay 8,000.
Punat in 6th gear. Not taking his foot off the gas just yet. Very playable, king queen suited. Chang's been enjoying the battle. And he's accepted the extended invitation to tango for a 3rd time.
Yeah, the usual suspects in the mix. And by the way, Toshio, the chip leader.
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, this is the trio. Vidor. These are the 3 guys where, you know, we're 19 off the money, forget about it. Doesn't matter. All right? There is a chance that something crazy just happens, and, well, there's still a chance. Jack 4-3. Bottom pair for Toshio, top pair for Chang. Couple of overs, but no heart in sight for Punsri.
A 10, by the way, would be the most interesting card, I suppose.
Vidal's turning into me. just trying to call the most action-packed card.
18 off the money. 3 big stacks. Battling it out. Now you defend 10-3 off. Firstly, just saying that hurts me. You defend 10-3 off. Now you flop a pair. Can you find the fold? Nah.
We haven't come here to fold bottom pair. We've got the most disguised draw in No Limit Hold'em. The bottom pair trip draw.
The 7-gapper.
Laugh all you want. The bottom pair trip draw, I'm telling you now. They never expect it. It's my favorite kind of draw. You thought it was coming in for a second, didn't you?
Pretty close.
You were rooting for that 3 of spades. Clubs do complete. Have to be of some concern for Chang, although Toshio again snap checking. One could ask themselves, how likely is it my opponent has turned a flush and snap checked? You typically expect a pause of sorts. Oh my. Why? I stand corrected. I stand corrected, Vidor. What do I know? The snap check.
Wow.
Can most certainly be a flush. Because here we go. No club in hand. This is just street poker.
Insta-folded. And why not? I mean, Toshio defending the big blind, check calling the turn multi-way, and then check raising on the 3rd club coming in. Nevin decides, how could I possibly be ahead with just top pair? Lets it go. And Toshio putting on a masterclass of ATC poker. Any 2 cards will do.
Okay. That one's making the highlight reel. Are you surprised? I mean, look at his t-shirt. 10 of diamonds, 4 of clubs. I've only just spotted it.
That's a hand he played as well. My oh my. Watch out for this man. Toshio Kataoka? After that play, I will make every effort I can to figure out how to pronounce his name. I have a feeling we'll need to learn it.
Okay.
Any Japanese viewers in the chat, do let me know how I can refine how to pronounce his name. 411 if you're watching, by the way.
Yeah, I'd love to
Really
see the
excited
numbers
to have you
growing.
all here. Indeed. Would love to have some of you hit the like button. You wouldn't believe how much it helps us out. The reason 400 if you got alerted to this is because of the many of you that did manage to hit the like button. So help us grow the game and grow the stream. Justin Fairbanks doing my homework for me, mentioning how Toshio has 14 caches live. All of them were this year. Does have that fearless energy that sometimes comes when you haven't been jaded by the live tournament circuit, perhaps.
22. 22.
I just love it. I just love the heart on this guy.
What about the heart of 3-betting Punat once again? Nevin and Punat seem to be in the mix. Nevin perhaps ISOing simply to make sure Toshio doesn't get up to something behind him. So is this just a thing now? A suited ace must 3-bet? Well, if it works this effectively. New player in, by the way, from Taiwan. Fang in seat number 1. Coming in slightly short stacked, 117,000. Still over 25 bigs, or close to 25 bigs. Oh, pardon me, well over 25 bigs. Of course, blinds are 2,000, 4,000.
Blinds up, yeah. The same blinds up. No, keep.
As we lose another player, 152.
Five.
Runners, 135 cash. Lock up $2,700 for their effort. Folds all around. Nevin has been pretty busy. Queen 4 suited in the hijack. Does he want to play the rush? Let's not forget. He knows who's on the button. Yeah, trust me, that's a factor. Toshio. Waiting in the wings.
Not to be with the 5-3.
Junichi, the shortest stack on the table. Finds the king jack off, gets it in there. Blinds are up, by the way. 2,500, 5,000, 5,000 ante.
Yeah, that should speed up
And now
the pace that we get to the money bubble with. Just 17 away now.
certainly will. 2 shorties on our table as well. 12 bigs and 13 bigs.
BRB, Vidor.
Sure thing. I suspect the players on the table, firstly, they have a screen facing them, which gives them constant updates of not just the blind level, but also the number of players remaining, just like the rest of the score. It also has the payouts on it. So with 152 players remaining, surely the middle stack start to get tempted into coasting their way into the money. Look at the situation here. We just saw Punat open queen jack off late position. Masato 3-bet on the button with pocket nines, and Punat turned queen jack off into a 4-bet. Masato not letting that experience rattle her. Finds the small 3-bet with ace queen off, and Punat has the goods this time around. Not only that, he has her well covered. Could be the recipe for him to put maximum pressure once again. After all, what a way to balance as well. Last time around bluffing with the 4-bet, this time around does have pocket jacks. However, very different situation because Punat opened under the gun. Masato 3-bet under the gun +1.
He's got to show me stack of 20. I can't tell. Right? He doesn't have to tell me how much he has. He just needs to put in stack of 20 so I can see. Right?
Punat asking for the stack to be in 20s so he can get a sense of how much he has.
He's got to put in stack of 20, no? Yeah. Well, so you're saying I could arrange in stacks around even? Yeah, or just but it's not 20. Yeah. Can you make it 20? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Understandable request, although seems a little frustrated because he's finding it difficult to find out how much he has. Meanwhile, look at the top left. 2 players seem to have dropped. 15 away from the money. Level 6 just kicked off here. APT Incheon main event is about to hit the money. Only 15 more disappointed players, after which I suspect a round of applause and some relief. For now, after the stack situation is sorted, all in says Punat, a massive shove. After all, he only needs to worry about queens, kings, and aces. He's happy taking flips at this stage of the tournament, having his opponent covered. And of course, the likes of ace queen would find themselves folding, considering the tournament life would be at risk in what is likely to be a flipping at best situation. Really, really rough spot for Masato. Did find the heart to 3-bet Punat in early position, thanks to the strength of her holding. But she had to have been worried about something exactly like this. This time around, Punat has the goods. Gets the fold. Talk about having your notepads out and learning some lessons. Adds to his stack. Gets a hand with even equity with himself to hit the muck. What a great result. Punat, it's up to 60 bigs. Masato, surely. Her stack, not that affected, but her confidence has to be. Until she hits the break, since she is on the feature table, she will not be able to check her phone, maybe 30 minutes from now, and see what Punat was bullying her with, not just in this hand, but the previous one. Ace queen again for her, under the gun. Once again. Not letting herself get rattled. Makes the standard open. So many players behind her though. Somebody tempted to push her around. Not the chip leader with queen 3 off. The button finds kings. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm starting to feel a little bit bad for Masato. Has had a rough go of it. Fang, relatively short stacked. 20 bigs close to the bubble, pocket kings at the main event. How does he proceed? Decent size 3-bet, and Punat actually has a decision. Ace 10 suited. Lets it go. And the ace queen has to hit the muck as well.
149 now. 14 away from the money. Things are getting tense. Lots of support for various countries in the chat. I suspect Nevin brings over some of his following from Taiwan. Of course, fans of Punat Punsri, the Thai legend arguably at this point. One of the best players out of the country and a familiar face at the Asian Poker Tour. Of course, some of our regulars in the chat. Chan Wilson says for the third time in such a short period of time, referring to the Ace-Queen fold. Just a reminder to all of you joining, 2,700 is the minimum payout, 135 players. Will be on the receiving end of at least that much, but the winner of the main event gets 261,000 US dollars. Almost 350 million Korean won. Life-changing money to say the least. 159,000 for second place. 111,000 for third. Wax and Stabs in the chat says, I played the Da Nang main event and the short stacks doubled up what felt like 7 to 8 times on the bubble, on the hard bubble to be precise. Indeed they did. It's going to be a fun time. You're referring to when we were hand for hand. And Neil Johnson was emceeing the bubble, as Henry called it, and bouncing around between every table that was all in.
Good old Neil. Vidal, I was speaking to you for 5 minutes and I was like, oh, Vidal's just big timing me. He's ignoring all of my jokes. Not engaging in conversation with me or anything like that. And it just so happens that my mic was just switched off.
Yep. We've all been there.
So, there we go. It's only after about the 4th time of saying the same joke and hearing nothing back from you that I was like, maybe the mic's not on.
Humbling moment after all those hours in the booth. Even the great Henry Kilbane can commit the classic amateur mistake.
Listen, I've had plenty of humbling moments this year. I'm not looking for many more. But I'll take this one.
Henry, nobody's looking for humbling moments. The
That's
poker
true.
gods and the commentary gods deliver them to you.
Would you believe we're just 13 off the money?
Duck in chat says, Punat, Nevin, go, go, go. There we go. Clearly just a fan of poker and good players, supporting Punat from Thailand and Nevin from Taiwan. Two of the better known faces on our feature table. Toshio, by the way, the man in the black t-shirt on the screen, after some incredible choice of opening hands, calling hands, raising hands, giving us a lot of entertainment, finally slowed down. I think he realizes he can comfortably fold his way into the money bubble. Let's see if that's his plan as we come closer to the hard bubble.
Gonna be involved here. Question is, in what form? Is the 3x from +1? Wow. The 3x gets the ace-jack to hit the mark. As does the queen 10 Take note.
Wow. Talk about respect and image. Yuri had been pretty quiet, pretty snug for a while. I think the likes of Punat and Nevin took note, acted accordingly.
I don't know if this is actually true or not, but Sam Wilkinson saying Punat's 4-bet with Queen Jack O, very arrogant, but he wouldn't try that versus Ike or Stevie. I don't know. I'm terrible at reading like the tone of people's text messages. Do you think that's satire? Or do you
Actually,
think
I don't. I think
genuinely believes he's arrogant?
Well, Samuel, firstly, you can let us know. You can elaborate on what you meant, but my best guess is Samuel in chat thinks that Punat was just bullying a player that Punat perceived as weaker.
Than Ike or Stevie, so like 99.99999% of poker players in the world. Story checks out.
Exactly.
Oh, it's Ollie again. So I heard Punat actually has 14 children, which all are currently training to play poker, and if they can't beat 500 soon by the age of 13, they'll be put up for adoption. Okay, dude. All right, we'll let you have that one, Ollie. That's the only one you get to have.
Ten BB Jam, under the gun +2, Ace King off, and Toshio. I would say, much to my surprise, is asking how much, but it is Toshio we're talking about. I would argue the answer to how much is enough, such that Ace-6 of clubs seems a tad too weak to consider calling it off.
Well, anyone else in the world, I would agree with you. Okay, it has hit the mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, says Choi.
I've had some pizza brought to the booth, Fedor, by the team. Looking after me, keeping me well fed. Would love to tuck in for a couple of minutes if you don't mind, holding down the fort.
Absolutely, go for it. Until then, chat, keep all the Punat stories coming. I'm not as opposed to them as Henry is. I'm not saying I'm going to read them out, but you have your fun. The class monitor is busy eating pizza. The fun police is out of the picture. I'm only kidding while I know Henry is off mic, because I'm sure he's listening to me. Back to the action. Things are getting spicy. There's still some short stacks on the table, mind you. Around the 9 to 12 big blind range. With 13 players to go. They're the ones who really feel the heat of the bubble. It's always tough too in marginal spots. 13 players to go. It's hard to compute how long that would take. How many orbits do they think they're likely to survive? There we go. Blinds, of course, 2,500, 5,000. Junichi with 49. Choi picked up the blinds and antes with that ace-king shove. But still around the 14 big mark. Don't forget, if you are supporting someone who you know is on the outer tables, you can go to the live reporting section on the website, apt.poker. Lots of information there, collected by our excellent live reporting team, usually led by Kai. I'm personally hesitant to check it out.
Don't want to get spoiled. Some big names out there, of course. Joseph Chung comes to mind. First catapulted to fame. Coming third, I believe, in the WSOP main event. Mike Takayama came into day 2 as the chip leader. Has been crippled, but still fighting. One of the most decorated players in the Asian Poker Tour, representing the Philippines. Toshio has been patient. Finds a reasonable holding on the button. Ishida folds the Jack 4, suited relatively quickly. Fang rather, excuse me. As the rags. Another couple of eliminations. Check out the top left. 146. 11 away from the money. Samuel, there we go, doubling down, saying, all I'm going to say is we will see where Punat is in 5 years' time with plays like that. Tell you what, Samuel, I have a feeling Punat will be crushing it in 5 years' time. The man has gone from strength to strength. An exploitative play here and there. Does not extrapolate to questioning his career, surely. I let the Thai viewers speak, actually, in chat or otherwise. Where do you think Punat is going to be in 5 years? I mean it sincerely. You can make all the Punat jokes you want, if that's what you desire, but the Thai superstar has so much respect. Perhaps I won't be able to understand if you type it in Thai, but nonetheless, where will Punat be in 5 years, we wonder? By the way, chip leader Toshio had been relatively quiet, found sevens, took it down from the button, but the table, of course, did not know that. Looked like a button steal. Now looks like a cutoff steal, but he actually has pocket kings. Fang, mercifully, keeping his eye out on how many players remaining till the bubble. Folds the ace and a pair of kings for the short stack as well. Maybe Fang would have been in good shape with an ace. All the kings on your screen. You don't see that every day. Choi loving life. All in, he says, will get the quick call.
Very strong. Very strong.
No problem.
I have ace. If ace, I win.
Ace will come.
There we go. Rainbow board means the chop is confirmed. And the ace, as I mentioned, might have been in okay shape. Fang making that laydown. Thinking perhaps if he could have found it within himself to make a loose call, triple up. Shinichi still in that danger zone. 9 big blinds is certainly not enough to try and wait the bubble out. The big blind plus big blind ante combo sucks away 2 of those every 8 hands. After all, if everybody who was short started to wait, all the shorties would suffer simultaneously.
Alright, dude. I'm back. I'm fed.
Welcome back.
I'm a happy camper.
Very nice.
We're 11 off the money. It's day 2 of the Asian Poker Tour Incheon main event. And every hand seems to be a monster hand. Queens. off the back of Kings v Kings. Let's see who wakes up with aces. Nobody. I had you all waiting though.
Certainly had me waiting.
Yeah,
Masato had
you
a rough go of
expected it. Yeah, you were expecting it. I was expecting it, to be honest. 145 left.
Well, last time around, Ace Queen of Masato ran into the pocket kings. Of course, Punat had been battling it out, getting Masato to make all kinds of laydowns. So nice little pickup there with the pocket queens, and we are down to 145, 10 away.
10 more eliminations. Absolute scenes here. In terms of how quickly it has gone to this stage. So we came back with 400 and something players today.
403.
Yeah, and just 5 levels in, we've lost 258 players. Quick maths.
Fang looks behind him with every fold, no doubt, at the tournament info to catch up on how many players remaining. Every middle and short stack will be eyeing that very, very closely, at least until we reach hand for hand. And maybe a quick explanation in order, Henry, of what hand for hand is?
Yeah, it's kind of like an eye for an eye makes the whole world go blind. Hand for a hand, no?
This is not literature we're talking about. This is MTT poker, hand for hand.
Ah, right.
Bubble time
right.
comes around. We want to make sure nobody is tanking their way into the money.
Yeah. No, I appreciate the clarification. So we're not going like Oscar Wilde course on the English fine arts as Punat. Just really leaning into these middling stacks. Picks up the money, but hand for hand for several reasons, right? It allows us to keep track of the eliminations just in case there are a few bust outs that happen around the bubble. That way the players that are eliminated can chop up the min cash. So it would obviously not be fair if someone got paid and someone didn't, even though they busted at the same time. But also, like you said, to just stop people from stalling, which we haven't really seen much of at this feature. I will say, shout out to these players. There hasn't been...
Not at all.
No, not typically. You know, you get to 20 off the money and you start seeing it. You see the 20-second tank fold with 10-3 offsuit, and you're like, we must be closing in on the money.
And it's
but
never
yeah,
subtle, is it?
No, it's not. You always know. You always know. But yeah, it stops people from tanking because it's hand for hand, so everyone's playing the same amount of hands. And it allows our camera crew and Neil Johnson to run around the floor and make sure we're getting all the action from all of the all-ins for the viewers at home.
Super strong. Pretty strong. Nice as the kings. 哎呀，never cannot defend any hand.
Nothing like a nice little laugh around the table to ease tension, but I have a feeling bottom stacks Junichi and Choi in particular, 9 and 12 big blinds, are going to be struggling to see the humor in the situation at the moment. They need that double up to feel comfortable. Otherwise, they're going to be engaged in a sick grind as we approach the money bubble. 10 away at the moment. Likely go hand for hand when we're 2 away.
We want everybody faster.
Look at this. Punat raising the Jack 8 off. And getting Masato to fold. Ace 9. There's that bubble pressure. Now, Chang, that is Nevin. Ace 9 off for him in the small blind. I'm guessing he hates being pushed around.
As you guys can see on the screen, it's no secret, 144 left.
Wow. What in the world?
Chang just loves it. This battle between him and Punat.
Let her go
You just
party.
knew.
Let her go party. Yeah.
I wanted to put it through. I want to eat too hungry.
It's a cute giggle too when he gets it through.
Last year APT party, the here Canada City, the like night market, night club, all the food, drink, good, close down. Yeah, I think it's the same location. I like.
Joy, one of the shorter stacks, of course, has to let the 7-5 suited go. There's the short S stack. Junichi. Ace 4 off in the small. Nevin. I don't know why I found that funny, but waving off what I assume was a fly near Junichi. Just not something you see every day. Considering the pressure Junichi must be facing as we close in on the money bubble.
That's just unreal.
Wow.
Toshi is just an absolute beast.
You're not super big.
Oh,
I think about
my word. He's like, okay, giggle boy. Got one through against Punat. Here's a taste of your own medicine. Good luck trying to call this off.
Just 9 off the money. Toshu just looks so chill. It's like, I can't bust this hand, you can. Now what?
Yeah, 多虾 good. 多虾 is Thai 语.
What a brute.
谢谢
I mean, it's one thing
多虾谢谢
to do what Nevin did with the ace-9
Thai 语 local
against the
Taiwan
late
local
position open
say 多
opponent.
虾 But we will say 谢谢
At least you block the ace. Like you were saying earlier,
谢谢
Henry,
那
even
多
if you
谢
end
谢
up
谢
against
那多
kings,
虾谢
okay.
谢谢谢阿丫豆
30% equity.
谢谢 is Chinese 多虾 is a
Toshio.
Taiwan local
King
Local.
4
谢谢
off. King little. Eat some of that. All in.
阿丫豆哎呀 next time 4啦 no
As we lose
哎
two
呀
players
just call it call
on the outer
okay.
tables. 143 remaining. Fold from the shortest stack. Once again, Henry, to his credit, did not tank, even though one would argue could be in his favor. Just goes to show. I think he might realize he'd rather see more hands, find a good spot to get it in, rather than risk trying to eke his way into the money by surviving 8 more players.
Yeah, precisely that. Just 8 more players until we are in the money. Now, I don't know if you saw in the group chat something that caught my eye from Ray Chu was C2. Not at this table, at table 2. Masaki Nakamura. He qualified into day 3 already on natural 8, but was unsatisfied with the short stack, so he's fired again. The start of day 2 and he's still in the tournament.
I mean, so faster in almost idea. So fast.
It's so good because he qualified into day 3. He didn't know it at the time, but he knew he would approximately lock up something like $2,700. Immediately puts it to work in the same tournament. Much respect. And of course, he will be coming in on the next feature table.
We are coming up to the scheduled break. Over-unders on how many hands of hand for hand we'll have on the bubble, Vidor.
Well, in Da Nang, as somebody in chat pointed out, 7 to 8 all-in survived by short stacks.
Really?
So I'll set that as a line. Let's say at least 10.
At least 10 hands. Man, I
hand for
never
hand?
know with these things, dude. I feel like in Taipei, it was only like 2 hands.
That's right. And actually, if the rest of the day has been any indication, it should be a lot quicker. 10 is too
Yeah.
high a line. I take that back. I take that back. At least 5.
I think 5's a good line, yeah. 5
By the way,
hands. So
Gilbert
what?
Gold
So
in chat.
135, so that's 15 tables. So 5 hands would be 75 hands to lose a couple of players. That feels like a good line, dude.
It's possible.
Yeah. Over, under.
Probably take the over. But
I guess
seems
you're
like
right,
it could go either way.
What happens if we both want the same side of the line? Is it a push?
We reset the line.
All right, 6.5.
All right, sold. I'll take the under.
You take the unders. Okay. So you think 6 hands or less from when we go hand for hand? What are we betting?
How about that Korean meal that Greg had the next time I see you in person?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, go on then. That's a good bet. I like those kind of bets when there's a good meal at stake. So you get 6 hands or under.
By the way, funnily enough, we did have Alice DP7, regular in the chat, say only the pros and regs like Punat and Nevin dare to put on some action with those hands, referring to Jack 8, Ace 9. Funnily enough, Alice, I'm pretty sure about 30 seconds after you said this is when Toshio jammed King 4 off into Nevin's King Queen. Never underestimate anybody who's made it this far into the main event, especially if they're from Japan.
That'll do it. I have a new favorite country when it comes to poker player caliber. It's why Steve O'Dwyer loves Japan. He's always in Japan. You know, this is a guy with tens of millions in live earnings, and he goes to Japan to play these $100 tournaments and just hang out. And now it makes sense. Shout out Steve
We have
O'Dwyer,
now
by
crossed.
the way.
Of course, shout out Steve O'Dwyer, absolutely one of the best. I was going to say, Henry, we've crossed 500 people watching on YouTube. Cannot be grateful enough for having your support and having you to hang out with, all of you in the chat. Would love it if you could find the time to hit the like button real quick.
Yes,
Wouldn't
sir.
believe how much it helps us promote the stream. Of course, let us know who you're supporting, whether on the feature table or on the outer tables.
Let us know who your favorite commentator is. No hard feelings.
I don't know. I might have some hard feelings. I'm joking, I'm joking. We all know it's Greg.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying how talented that man is. As an average human being, meeting someone like him really does kind of put you in your place.
Certainly does. Not once did either of us sing in the booth. And Greg just happily whips out his vocal cords whenever he needs to show off that talent.
Wasn't sure where you were going with that video.
Toshio takes one down, Punat lets the 9-8 go. Some banter exchange, and Toshio smartly shows the ace. 92 bigs now. Close
This
to the money
guy's
bubble.
just absolutely crushing. Just executed to perfection. Certainly the type of player, from an entertainment point of view, that we would love to see last deep into this tournament. So entertaining, never really know what to expect.
$81,000 in total live earnings for Toshio. All of it coming this year. Talk about a heater.
Give me some Billy Joe Armstrong vibes as well. Shout out to all the Green Day fans. That coming with the 3.5x.
Gets the job done. Exactly 10 bigs for Choi. 7.5 for Junichi. The two short stacks to look out for. 7.5 is exceedingly dangerous, since two of those need to be ponied up for the blind and the ante. Suddenly all your fold equity is gone. Under the gun +2. Shida. Pocket force. This is tricky.
Yeah, this really is. I wouldn't be surprised if it hits the mark. Especially with Punat and the likes behind. Just got to try and get one through. Fang. Ace Queen 06 off the money now. So the ticker slowly but surely works its way towards 135. That's the magic number.
This is also tricky, by the way.
Wow.
Look at that.
Okay. Didn't realize it was a 4x.
Uh-oh. Pronat has an ace, has the chips, has been bullying. The suited ace we have been talking about as a raising candidate versus the 4x open, though. Things could change. How does he wish to approach? Takes a look. 6 players remaining until the bubble.
There's a time extension chip. Does he come with like a smallish 3-bet, something like 45, 50k? It's enough to leverage Ishida's stack. Or does he just pill on the button, perhaps? See a flop and try and outmaneuver. Or bulldoze post flop. Let's it go. Thought about it.
I truly think that 4x open might have something to do with it.
Yeah.
What an interesting choice there by Ishida. I mean, absolutely working out to perfection. Seems to have thrown off Konat.
Ace Queen also hit the mark, don't forget.
As a player, by the way, I once found myself on the receiving end of a 4x open from, I believe it was the button. This was a final table. Fairly big tournament for India. And I just got so confused. I just folded ace 10 off. I had probably like 15 bigs, such an obvious rejam spot. Thankfully, it was being streamed. I went back and saw that the player had absolute air. And ever since then, I have been suspect of 4x raises. You see a 4x raise? Fight back.
$140 hands into the day. What are we, 6.5 hours in? 7 hours in? Oh, Fang won't be folding this one. One would assume. Crazier things have happened on the bubble. Ace King suited. Feels like too much of a hand. Uh-oh. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Put out Punsri. About to play a big pot against Fang, potentially. See him scanning round the table, observing the different stacks. In it goes. All you can eat. Players behind just going to tank a little bit, but we know Chang never calling off, of course, with 6-4-0.
Is there any chance Fang does not go with it?
Wow, looking at that facial expression, maybe.
Certainly a chance if you look at that expression.
Junichi gonna get out of there. Does Fang want to do it? 6 off the money. 18 bigs back. He's in great shape as he does make the call.
It's not easy, folks. I know it's an auto call, so to speak, but after grinding for 2 days, 6 away from the money, knowing you can perhaps fold your way to it, makes the bold call and gets the bad news in the form of 2 spades on the flop. What a sweat. Just never easy. A 3 would chop it as well. Safe turn for now. Queens. 3s for chops and spades are the outs. 4s are chops as well. Wow. What a
Always
dodge.
a sweat. Always a sweat. That's money well spent for Fang. He got his rake's worth right there. That's gonna make
your cardio for the day, probably.
Yeah, that's gonna make that
rate for sure.
That min cash even more sweeter.
Okay. 141 players remaining. Hand for hand usually begins a few players away from the hard money bubble, as they call it. 135 players paid, of course, $2,700 apiece at the minimum, leading all the way up to first place prize of 261,000 USD. For now, the milestone, of course, is to cash, end the day, go out on a high. For 6 players remaining, that's not going to be the case. Choi, under the gun +2, is actually at risk for being one of those players extremely short stacked. Not as short as Junichi now on the right hand side of the screen. Awaiting his turn to look at his holding. Never mind, he's seen it already. Looking up to the stars. Small blind versus big blind. Or has he? I don't think he had, and he should be pleasantly surprised. An easy all in. Wow. The chip leader and then big blind wakes up with an easy call, and Junichi is going to be in great shape. The best he can hope for, surely. We did see a 6 sweat last time, ace king v ace queen. What do the poker gods have in mind? As we head to the flop, player at risk, of course, but in good shape. Jack, right in the window. Just about ends the campaign for Toshio, unless, there we go, the 5 seals the deal. So great result for the shortest stack on the table.
It's getting sweaty.
Just about. It is, for sure. Still has only 11 bigs, mind you. Is now tied for the shortest stack with Choi, I believe.
It's getting very sweaty. So 1-4-1 left. 1-3-5 paid. Don't know if you heard that, but someone that I've never met before just burst into the commentary booth. Started talking to me.
Someone you've never met before?
Never
Does he
met him
sing?
before. He just came in and started like speaking to me, and I pointed towards my mic to kind of like let him know that we're on out. Like, I'm assuming he's part of the production team. Just doesn't know that this is the commentary booth.
Happens. Happens. Happens
Just
to the
literally
best of
just
us.
walked in, bro. I thought it was Greg. I was like, oh, Greg's here or something.
I actually thought you were just being funny, and it actually was Greg. And you were saying you've never met Greg.
No. Like, just like, I've never seen this guy in my life.
But
And he also
getting
seemed
busy.
like confused that I was in here. like he didn't know it was the commentary booth. I swear to God.
Oh, you thought it was like the janitor's closet or something?
He was like,
Did he
yo,
ask
is this the
you for a broom?
sauna? Is this the steam room?
Going on break. The year after table started shuffle, you must complete that hand. You get a 15-minute break. Table 2 is
Sounds
going on
like 15-minute break.
There it is.
This is perfect timing
Do
for a
have-
break. Everyone gets to go and just take a walk for 15 minutes, take a deep breath, you know, and then they come back and battle it out to get into the money.
Just 5 more eliminations to the money. And Yuri, by the way, will certainly not be giving that break equity, as we call it. She wants to see the flop with ace-jack. Does not hit. And usually, and she does not hit, Kunat will be in pole position to take this one down. 6-6-4 is one of those boards you could consider defending with ace high. But this close to the money bubble, how does she want to approach? Well, fearless is the answer. There we go. Snap call. Not intimidated by the man or the moment, it seems.
Not intimidated by the man or the moment. I love that. She really has shown her willingness to get involved and take it to the streets. Banat throws out a time extension chip. No spade in hand, no 7, no 5. Got to fire twice. At 2/3 pot now. Gets the job done. Ishida tried. But on that turn card, just couldn't continue keeping him honest with ace high. And with that, Vidal, we find ourselves 5 off the money, going to a scheduled break, end of level 6. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, more continuing coverage from the Asian Poker Tour Day 2 main event here in Incheon, South Korea. We'll see you very shortly.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Payout.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello and welcome back to the APT main event day 2 live stream. I'm Greg Goes All In, and I will be bringing to you this a very exciting commentary for this very exciting event, folks. It's day 2 and we are so close to the money, folks. They bought in for 2.3 million KRW Korean won. Min cash will be 3.7, but folks, of course, everybody vying for the top prize here and the coveted APT Lion Trophy. Hey, let's take a look at a stream schedule here real quick. Tomorrow, September 1st, APT main event day 3, on which we will play down to our final table. And then on September 2nd, we will be streaming our final table, playing down to a winner. And of course, we'd like to end with a little cherry on top, and we'll be streaming on September 3rd. Our super high roller commentary team right now is just myself. Vidder taking a break, a well-deserved one after live streaming, did commentary for 7+ hours, unless Vidder is here. I don't
Actually,
believe so.
Greg,
oh,
I'm sorry to
whoa.
burst your bubble.
Whoa, hello.
No way in hell would I miss the bubble coverage with 4 players remaining, as we are almost hand for hand here. I had to stick this one out just to see how it ends up, because let me tell you, in case you haven't been following, the action on every feature table we've had so far has been insane.
Wow. Amazing. That's so great to hear. Well, thank you so much for staying on with me. Tell me more about what we've been witnessing.
Well, we had Punat Punsri and Nevin. You might remember Nevin from the final table of the APT Da Nang main event.
Yes.
Punat Punsri, perhaps needing no introduction, winner of the APT Taipei main event. And an absolute monster. I have to say, this player is the one to look out for. He was the chip leader on the table for the longest time. Toshoi, apparently from Japan, one of the many Japanese aggressive players, showing how to do it. I mean, just to give you one hand, for example, Nevin opened King Queen off late position, and because we were approaching the bubble, the chip leader just put Nevin to the test, all in with King 4 off. That's the kind of action we're talking about.
Wow. Amazing. Power poker there by Punsri, as we are getting into another hand here on our live stream table. Are we hand for hand yet here?
Not yet. We do have, of course, a new set of 8 players coming in. Japan has been doing really well in terms of making it to day 2 and now, no doubt, surviving the outer tables, but only 1 Japanese player on this table. 2 Japanese players, one of them a Japanese YouTuber standing up at the moment, Masaki Nakamura. After that, we have Hui from China. A couple of Taiwanese players in there. Yu Xing Lin, apparently. Another Chinese players in the form of Fu. That's the man you see on your screen. There we go. The flags are up as well. Galego Martinez, familiar face on the circuit from Spain, of course, celebrated from the Philippines, one of the most winning APT players of all time. And closing it out is Xu Leung Yao from Hong Kong. The diversity fully on display, but the milestone to look at the moment is making it to the money. Let's take a look at the stacks and see who the shortest stack is. The player from China has under 8 bigs. That's the one to look out for firstly. Only 4 players away from the money here.
Wow. And you know, I was just walking around the poker room earlier, and you can definitely feel the tension. Wang Hui with the decision here. Ace-7 suited with 12 big blinds. Not afraid. Goes all in.
Wow, I mean, that is bold. So many of us would wait for a better spot, want to be in better position, which is to say later position. Wang Hui just wants those chips in the middle.
Here or here? 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 You sure? Okay. Here.
Yeah, very, very bold early position shove with a very workable 12 big blinds. Marginal. This is a chip EV shove, perhaps, but still with so much pressure because of ICM. And he's sitting on 12 big blinds with only 4 more players needing to bust. Very likely that there are shorter stacks out there, but Wang Hui gotta go for it all. Take all the plus EV spots that he can. And it works out as he takes it down.
Rewarded for the boldness. Risky high variance play for sure. Now can be a lot more comfortable, which is 4 eliminations away from the money.
Taking a look at the floor cam now. Looks like we may be now hand for hand as we see the dealer waiting for the cue.
Complete the hand that you're on. We are going hand for hand.
Hand for hand.
And Lloyd Fontilles confirming that we indeed are now hand for hand, folks.
Greg, I'm going to cue you up. Quick explanation for hand, please.
Absolutely not a problem. So, hand for hand basically allows, the purpose of it is to mitigate, it's to give everyone a fair chance, an equal chance, an equal number of hands at the bubble. And that's to just mitigate people just over tanking to get into the money. And so how it works is that all the dealers will deal a hand, and when they are finished the hand, they will either stand or somehow indicate that they are done. And only once all of the dealers have stood up, only then will Lloyd Fontilles, our very talented VP of Poker Operations, will then cue them to shuffle up and deal for yet another hand.
One might think it would slow down the pace of play, but actually, by mitigating the tanking, I really do believe it speeds it up. Also keeps things fair, because after all, you want to know who busts in what order. You don't want to simply tank because you see somebody all in. This completely removes the need for all of that.
No all in at this table, no player at risk. But a sizable bet on the river. I was, hey Vida, I was playing the Midnight TikTok Turbo last night. And I gotta say, absolutely, near that bubble, time chips were flying. Once every 30 seconds.
Wait, so 5-minute levels and you get time chips?
Correct. 30 seconds each one. I think I used up all of them. I used up pretty much all of them near the bubble. We didn't even have a chance to get... Yeah, we didn't even have a chance to go hand for hand. Because people just busted so quickly on this other table. It was very, very sick. My table was all utilizing their time chips, and the action table right next to us had literally the fastest dealer I've ever seen dealing for that table. Every 30 seconds or so, he was going, all in, call, all in, call. And then I was, next thing I knew, I was in the money on the final table.
Amazing. Exactly what you want for a midnight TikTok, a super fast dealer.
Absolutely.
By the way, 2 time bank chips thrown in, almost on cue. But the actual chips being grabbed as well.
Looks like 100K bet.
Shout out to Kai, by the way, in the shot. You see in the blue shirt behind the table, watching the action. He is responsible for the live reporting you see on the website. Keeps you, and of course sometimes us, up to date with what's happening on every table but the feature table. And taking note of the ticker at the bottom, by the way. Don't forget to check out the website apt.poker because the Hanoi Billion Series has been announced December 1st to 10th. If you're looking at your screen and you want to be part of this buzz as we approach the bubble at the main event, come down to Hanoi. It's going to be wild.
Hanoi
$1 million
Billions.
guarantee for the main event.
Billions with a B.
We've got Kenji all in, called by Webster. Let's see him, gentlemen. I got an ace and a 5 from Webster, an ace and an 8 from Kenji. Ace 8 of hearts is all in and at risk against ace of clubs, 5 of diamonds. All right, dealer, let's see the flop, please. Flop is king, queen. Wait. Dealers think that a cash game. Just bring the next hand.
New.
All right, it's king of clubs, queen of clubs, 9 of spades. Webster's picked up a flush draw. Ace 8 still in the lead. Turn card, please. Deuce of clubs. All right, there's a number of chop outs, and there is the flush draw, but Ace 8 is winning at the moment. Number card. 6 of hearts. Ace, king, queen, 9, 8 is going to take the kicker, and he's going to double through. All right, everybody, take your seats again.
All right, guys. Once again, there's no need to crowd the tables, guys, during hand for hand. We put a live feed so you guys can see the hand for hand happening there on the screens. So please do not leave your tables. All right, tournament dealers, please shuffle up the deal.
Greg,
yes,
Neil
Bitter?
did not say his new catchphrase.
All right, guys.
He's supposed to say nothing happened when we don't have a bust down.
And nothing happened. Get back to work.
Simply spread the deck. For your protection, tournament players, if you move all in and you get called, please do not reveal your hand until you're instructed. It's the only way you can give yourself a chance to split last place money.
Well, our feature table is back to work. 3 away from the money. Fu with the massive chip stack, raising it up, queen 9 off. This is the time for the big stack to print money, as they say. Put that bubble ICM pressure.
Yes, that was an interesting concept that was introduced to me. You know, obviously everybody wants to get into the money. So the idea that a big stack, oh, I'm just going to pause myself for a moment, as K, Kuma guy, initials KK, has KK in the big blind with 16 big blinds behind. And it is going to go all in. Gets the fold.
Oh, yeah.
And K, Kuma
Show
guy.
your aces.
we'll pick up this pot.
Kings.
It shows the kings. But going back to the idea that, you know, everyone wants to get into the money. So it doesn't seem to make sense that a big stack would want the bubble to go on. But a big stack is heavily incentivized for the bubble to go on forever, because he's just going to get so much fold equity that he can consistently steal the blinds almost every time and without any risk of busting. I believe it's either you
Indeed,
or
in fact.
you or Vitter, sorry, pardon me, Vitter or Henry taught me that. Learning lots from doing commentary with these gentlemen.
In fact, Greg, I've seen that taken to the extreme where the big stack will actually refuse to call all-ins from the smallest stack so as to enable the bubble to continue. So we'll actually be a little tighter in terms of the calling range against the shortest player.
Very cool strategy. Looks like we're on the turn here. I see 5-4 queen of clubs in the flop.
I believe all 5 cards are out, by the way. 5-4
Yeah.
queen, 6-5.
6. Looks like a bet and
There it
a
is.
call. Up and over. I see an ace, queen, top pair, top kicker. Queens and 5s, ace kicker. I'll pick up the pot, but no bloodshed. 138 players left remaining. 135 get into the money. Currently hand for hand right now of our APT Incheon main event. I see an all-in button out here on this table. I hear the Chinese players, or the Chinese-speaking players at least, saying 好无聊, which means so boring. And yes, the pace during the bubble does go at a much slower pace due to some tanking strategies, and now at this point, due to the hand for hand. So I believe there might be an all-in and call at that table, but they can only show their hands once Lloyd, our VP, cues the dealers to do so.
And by the way, I could not disagree more. I think the bubble coverage is one of the most tense, most exciting parts of the tournament. Of course, if you're out there in the field, trust me, the blood is pumping as you decide whether, or rather, the poker gods decide whether you get 0 or something for your efforts.
138，8人格，好家伙，这得16。
没有，其实现在场上只有110多人，因为他把那个 online 的25个人也算上，算在总人数里。哦。online 晋级了20多个人嘛。
哦，这个 online 总共才晋级了20多人。
online 总共170多手，171手，进了20多人。
他们是打了2发吗？
打2发也只算那个算2发呀，但是进了
2发总共才170多人。
对啊，不少了。线下一组也才100多人。
Love to see the intensity and of course the rail.
坐在家里头，有人打高额的，愿意打的啊，对对，很多来不了的，他就不打。
I'm picking up some bits and pieces of Mandarin.
A reminder to all players, we have put the live feed.
I think they are talking about how close to 200 people qualified into this main event from Natural 8. So always a good opportunity to say thank you to our sponsor, Natural 8. Being great for the game and very supportive of the Asian Poker Tour.
By the way, Greg, how cool was it to see Angel on the feature table, making it to day 2? Unfortunately, lost a flip, I believe, but of course she was almost the winner of the Influencer Challenge, but as the finalist, did get the main event ticket. Certainly made the most of it, at least to reach day 2. I hope it was a cool experience, and based on how she played, we really hope we see more of her on the poker felts.
Totally, like as you said, you know, like she had only been studying for just a few months, and see her do so well here at the APT, not only in the Influencer Challenge, but evidently in the main event as well. It's great to see.
And I think next year no EPT.
No bloodshed here.
Table 6, everybody. We have Gia from China, all in, at risk, and called by Aaron from Australia. It is pre-flop. All right, gentlemen, let's see the cards, please. I got ace-6 of clubs from Aaron. I got pocket 5s, black, from Gia. So we got 5 of clubs, 5 of spades, all in and at risk, against ace-6 of clubs.
Frequency, right? No, I know frequency, right?
All right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
这是这个中国人嘛，是我们的那个。
5, 3, 10. So we flopped a set of 5s. 3 of hearts, 5 of hearts, 10 of spades. The 5s are way in front at the moment. Let's see the turn card. The 4 of hearts, we've now got an open-ended straight draw for Aaron.
Never easy.
The 3 5s are still in the lead, trying to fade the straight, and they will double through. And the river card is King of Spades. The 5s are going to double up.
And the bubble continues. Incredible.
The 5s are going to double up, and Neil, come on. No, he doesn't say it. Nothing happened.
Nothing. We'll say it on his behalf. We'll say it on his behalf, Bitter. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Nothing
happened. Not bad for remote commentary.
Not bad at all.
Still 3 off the money. The buzz in the room, palpable. As we cut back to our feature table, barely got any time to know these gentlemen.
All right, it's China against China. Man is all in, called by Shalu. Let's see him, gentlemen.
We've got another.
I got an ace and a jack. I got an ace and a king. The ace of hearts and the jack of spades is all in, covered by the ace of clubs and the king of spades. Blackjack on blackjack. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. We're in a casino. King of clubs in the window. King of clubs, 7 of clubs, 8 of diamonds. The all-in players now behind. Let's see the turn card, please. That is going to kind of do it, unfortunately. 5 of hearts. River card, please. The kings and 7s is going to take out our at-risk player. Finishing in 138th place is Nan. All right, dealers, put it on pause for a second. We're going to break the table. It is not a break.
And blood has been shed, losing a player out at 138th, which means we're now down to 137 players. 135 get into the money. 2 away from the money here at APT Incheon in the main event.
Oops, maybe not. I'll just shove it all in.
Neil, verbal is binding. Gonna shove it all in. Wherever he is in the room, in whatever context that may be in.
As we see Danny Tang chilling, watching something on his phone, making it into the money. Many of the superstars that came into day 2 did manage to make it into the money, or rather, almost certainly did, unless they find a way to bubble right now. LD stacks for a lot of them, with the exception perhaps of Elki. Always sad to see him bust. But Greg, you'll be partying with him tonight, surely. He's not one to miss player parties.
No, not at all. He's already made 1 final table here at the APT, which of course meant that we got to see the rare, elusive Elki dance, final table dance once again. We saw it once in Hanoi, and we got to see it again at our Superstar Challenge. What a great sport. What a great ambassador for the game. Never takes himself too seriously.
By the way,
yes, Bitter.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did we just see Kirk, the winner of the Influencer Challenge?
Yes, we did.
Pass by the camera?
And more importantly, he saw the camera and gave us a little bit of that influencer flair.
Yeah, he was holding too many chips, otherwise he'd have given his patent salute as well.
Of course.
But what a story. I mean, winning the Influencer Challenge, getting the main event ticket for being a finalist, and now clearly, given the racks of chips he was carrying, seems to be prepared to coast his way into the money. This could be one of the storylines to look out for. Kirk, I believe, had been playing only for a year, definitely less than a year, full-time model and influencer, part-time poker enthusiast, showing us how to do it.
And we see Barry W in seat 2 of this table. Also was part of our Influencer Challenge. Won the Influencer Challenge back in Taipei, but unfortunately was first to leave, hit the rail, out in 7th of our Influencer Challenge, this time at APT Incheon, as we see Wang Hui under the gun with 14 big blinds with pocket 10s.
Well, he was the one who somehow found the boldness to jam ace 7 suited close to the bubble, under the gun +2. Now pocket tens under the gun. I'll tell you what, even mathematically, this should be a fold.
Yep. Chip wow.
No time back.
Really interesting to see. We saw the shove early from the same player with ace-6 of hearts early position, but pocket 10's going to hit the muck. Might have to do some consideration between 12 big blind stack to now being a 14 big blind stack. But either way, opting to take the conservative route this time round.
Lester Edok trying to have his way with the table given the massive stack he has accumulated, as would be his right. And look at that, the short stack simply has to let the ace-jack suited go. Tens fold under the gun, ace-jack suited folds on the button, queen-jack folds in the small blind, as you were just discussing, Greg. This is why the big stacks want the bubble to continue forever.
And it also requires an awareness for that dynamic. And Lester Edok, a decorated player from the Philippines, fully aware of how to utilize that stack to his favor and pick up all of the deceased money in the pot.
我只能告诉你，刚才没有实施好，实话实说。但这把我是实施。OK。我实施太靠前了，因为我怕CL 像你们这样的拿个 ace 勾。
Oh, how are we getting this shot?
都会接，对吧
This is a great shot.
你退了就不理我了。
Camera on a stick.
Camera on a stick.
Sometimes you don't need to overthink it, Greg.
That is true.
It's a camera
on a
probably
stick.
on a stick.
That's great.
Yeah, there's like a whole shitload of people over there. I'm just going to do this one first. You want to do the tips? Yeah, 1 second. You brought your own masseuse? How'd you get that? You brought your own massage?
I need the context to whatever Neil is saying right now.
Okay, so is there anyone right there? Who's at risk? He's at risk, right? Yeah. What? Go ahead. All right, we have 2 different all-ins at 2 different tables, guys. I'm going to start over here on table 13. We have seat number 8. Is it Puck? Puck Nang or Wood?
Shout out.
We have Wood from China in seat number 8. He's all in at risk. Called by, is it Pua? Oh, Young. Called by Yang from Singapore. All right, let's see the cards, gentlemen. I got ace-king from the caller and ace-king from the all-in. Ace of spades, king of clubs is the at-risk player. Ace of diamonds, king of spades from the caller. Let's see if this is going to be exciting or boring, dealer. Flop, please. Two hearts and a spade. Chop, choppity, chop, chop, chop. Turn and river, please. Go ahead. If for anybody really curious, it's the 8 of hearts, 10 of hearts, queen of spades, 4 of hearts. River card. 3 of diamonds. Low got there. Neither of them has a low. Man, nobody has low. No 3/4 this time.
And on behalf of Neil Johnson, the president of our APT, nothing happened.
All right, so we're going to go over here. Table 12. Who's at risk? Seat 7's at risk? All right, seat 7, Koki. Koki from Japan, called by Sparrow from Hong Kong.
Make way, camera on a stick coming through.
Okay, got it. Excuse me real quick. All right, gentlemen, let's see the hands, please. Japan has pocket jacks against pocket kings. Jack of diamonds, jack of spades against king of hearts, king of spades. All right, the jacks are going to need some help here. Dealer, let's see the flop, please. I get a 3 in the window, followed by the ace and the 7 of spades. 3 of clubs, ace of spades, 7 of spades. They both have a spade, but the king is the winner on that one. So we're going to need jacks. Turn card, please. Queen. Queen of clubs. It was a picture. Japan's going to need one of the 2 remaining jacks in order to double through. Dealer, show us a river. Queen! Paint again.
Damn.
All right, that's 137th place. Thank you very much.
So we're going to see another elimination here on the bubble of the APT main event. Out in 137th, which means we are down to the stone cold bubble. 136 players left remaining. 135 get into the money.
As for the player who is currently doing the walk of shame, I think Maxwell Chang in chat says it best. Hiya, GG.
Aya's in the chat.
The soft bubble boy. Now it's time for the stone bubble. Hand for hand. It's over for all the tables. On to the next one. Will this be the hand that we hit the bubble on? Or will everybody on every table survive this one? Let's start with the feature table.
Starting with under the gun, 10-5 suited, hits the muck. Chips are being picked up by Fu, raising King Jack from early position. Started this hand with the 85 big blinds at very little risk of busting. Lester Edok, though, does cover, has ace-4 off in the hijack. Will make a raise to 35,000, applying max pressure to what is likely the second largest chip stack on this feature table.
By the way, we didn't even get a chance to mention the player who just folded. Masaki Nakamura. Runs a YouTube channel, very successful in Japan. Masa King, I believe they call him. Pretty cool name.
And Fu will defend King Jack off versus Lester Edok's 3-bet. We have the read that Lester is 3-betting light, which he is. Off to flop. Flop comes King, Queen, Deuce, 2 clubs. Fu with top pair, Jack kicker. Lester with ace high.
Fu should feel pretty comfortable. Of course, when you flop top pair with the king, you end up blocking other kings. Your hand is likely to be best. Just the way Lester raised the sizing, etc. Lester's not exactly hiding the fact that he's trying to bully the table with his stack. His reputation also precedes him. And ace is going to be a big part of Lester's range, perhaps some poker pairs as well. And perhaps absolute air sometimes. Fu can easily just call, evaluate future streets. However, if Lester really wants to take this to the streets, the sizing can get interesting. 150 in the pot. If Fu calls, there it is. SBR 3-1 effective. 6 doesn't change anything really. Top pair, second best kicker still for Fu. Very, very hard for Lester to have a superior holding here.
Checks over to Lester. Now with that decision, will he continue to pump the gas? No, he's gonna push the brakes. Off to a river. The deuce of spades. Kings and deuces, queen kicker for Fu. Ace high for Lester. Fu will check, Lester will check. And Fu will chip up nicely here, closing the gap between himself and the chip leader. Right here on the stone cold bubble. Stone cold bubble. 135 players get into money. We have 136. Action now back onto the floor as we get a nice POV of our camera person. Looking for an all-in and a call. So is Neil.
Oh, I can watch myself walk over. At least I know my vest is straight. Oh, they're still folding. It's okay, he folded.
Love it.
Wow. I love Neil.
I didn't mind. I'm sure the viewers enjoyed it as well.
Yes, they did.
Pretty cool, those screens, by the way. Feel pretty sports stadium-like. I like it.
I think it's definitely nice that we're
Right
able
on
to
top of the bar.
provide some clean footage of the on-the-floor cameras, just so that players don't have to crowd the table when there's an all-in and call. They can watch it from that bar. Nice piece of value, APT providing.
Absolutely. One of those hundreds of nuances that the APT takes care of to make it more and more player-centric with every stop. Still 420 people watching on YouTube, following this amazing bubble coverage along with us to see perhaps whether your favorite player or anybody you are supporting makes it into the money.
Looks like an all-in and a call here at this table. The dealer, of course, just waiting for the floor's permission to deal out the hand as we wait for all of the tables to wrap up their hands. As we are hand for hand. How many times do you think I could say hand in this sentence and paragraph?
Table 6, 4, and 5.
Are we good to go?
Yeah, go.
All right.
Here we go.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Asia's famous bubble coverage. Table 6. All in is 4. All in is seat number 4. What? Sorry. No, all in is seat 4, right? Yeah. Seat 4. All in is seat 4. That's Moon, called by Aaron from Australia. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but the at-risk player. Sorry, Aaron shoved and got called all in, but the at-risk player is Moon. All right, gentlemen, let's see him.
Limp jam shove.
I got 9-7 off for Aaron, ace-queen for the all-in player. 9 of clubs, 7 of spades for Aaron. In the lead is the all-in player with the ace of hearts and the queen of spades. He's got his phone out, he's recording, he's ready to go.
Yep. Ace queen at risk, but ahead.
All right, dealer, let's see the flop, please.
Flop.
5, 8, 3. 5 of clubs, 8 of clubs, 3 of diamonds. Aaron's picked up a gut shot, and he's the only player with a club in his hand. Ace queen still riding high, though. Dealer, let's see the turn. 9. 9 of diamonds. Moon is looking for an ace or one of the lovely ladies remaining in the deck.
That is rough.
Way to be vocal, guys. He hears your prayers for him. All right, dealer, let's see the river. Deuce. Congratulations, everybody. You have cashed APT Incheon 2023.
And there you have it, folks. We are in the money
now,
here.
Hold on one second
event.
before we restart. Mr. Moon, for the bubble boy, I hold in my hand 8 envelopes. 4 of these have mini main tickets. 1 has a micro main. Sorry, 4 micro mains, 1 mini main, 1 double stack, and 1 of these is your money back for this main event, so you can try again in Hanoi.
Okay. Cool.
Love a nice little gamble while we gamble.
All right, pick a card, any card. All right, go ahead, give us a sweat, sir. What do we got? We got congratulations, you have won. Flip it over. Micro main event tickets. All right, thank you very much, man.
All right, guys, once again, guys, congratulations for making the money here in the main event. Please do not leave your seats as promised.
And that's a good game for our bubble boy. And congratulations to the 135 players left remaining here at the APT Incheon main event, and that will conclude day 2. Please tune in tomorrow as we play on with day 3, as we will play until our final table of the APT Incheon main event. Vitter, what a day.
What a day, indeed. I mean, the aggression we saw on all the feature tables we covered, if it was symbolic at all of what was going on the outer tables, it must have been a crazy day for all the players. Henry and I, by the way, were constantly amazed at the pace of play and the pace of eliminations, perhaps a sign of things to come as we head into day 3. Everybody is in the money, so supposedly the pressure should be a little bit released. Everybody should be looser, crazier, more aggressive. We saw some wild stuff once we got to the bubble, of course, big stacks bullying the shorter ones. But look at that, the day 3 stream will begin at 12:45 p.m. local. You do not want to miss that. It is going to be an exciting one as we play down all the way to the final table. Some huge names still in the mix. Punat Punstri, Lester Edok all made their way to the feature table. Nevin from Taiwan. I did spot some of the superstar finalists as well. And of course, Kirk, our influencer winner. I'm super excited, Greg. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yes, it's going to be an exciting day. So tune on in. That's right, September 1st, APT main event day 3, and the day after, APT main event final table, and of course the cherry on top at the end of our series, the APT High Roller 8 Max final day. Folks, it's been an absolute pleasure on behalf of myself and Vitter Single. Thank you for watching. Have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.